Chapter 74. The punishment hall was located at the top of a mountain. It was 3 floors high and was blood-red in color. It was emitting a dense aura of killing intent. It was unknown whether it was because the killing intent was too heavy, but this place was barren and no vegetation could grow. There was once a disciple who felt that this place was desolate and tried to move some flowers and plants, but they withered after a few days. They tried again and again, but in the end, they could only accept their fate. Since then, the killing intent here had become even thicker. Some disciples were even unwilling to come close to this place. Under the guidance of the 2 elders, Zichen slowly walked up the stone steps. The merciless killing intent assaulted his face, causing Zichen to involuntarily shiver. This was the only punishment hall of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Even if the elders made a mistake, they would be punished here. The 2 elders did not speak until they brought Zichen to the center of the hall. The main hall was 3 stories high, but it was very spacious. It looked as if it was drenched in blood. The killing intent was like a sharp blade, cutting through Zichen's will. This was a punishment hall. Some of the more timid disciples who made mistakes could not bear the killing intent and would admit to their mistakes before they could be questioned. However, Zichen did not make a mistake, so he did not think he could admit to it. Walking into the hall, there were already dozens of people gathered here. As his gaze swept across, Zichen saw many familiar faces. Among them were Luo Men, Wang Meng, and many people who survived the spiritual herbal garden. However, the ones he was familiar with, Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, and Miao Kong were not here. Zichen, are you guilty? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, interrupting Zichen's sweeping gaze. At the top of the hall sat an old man. He was as thin as a match, with only a few strands of white hair remaining. His eyes were deeply sunken into his eye sockets, and his skin was full of wrinkles like chicken skin. This should be the hall master. I didn't expect to alarm him. Zichen thought to himself. He was shocked by the hall master's appearance. The hall master was dressed in black, sitting at the top of the hall like a huge black hole. He looked more like a malicious spirit that accidentally broke out of the netherworld, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. Zichen doesn't know. Zichen took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Colluding with an outer sect disciple to kill a fellow disciple, and you still don't know your crime? The palace master's voice was cold and indifferent, but he did not oppress them with his aura. The murderous intent in his tone made them tremble in fear. Hall master, that day, the 10 disciples of the inner sect were ordered by someone to work together to kill me. If it weren't for my quick wits, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Killing them was purely an act of self-defense. Zichen was neither servile nor overbearing. Rays of silver light appeared around him as he resisted the hall master's murderous aura. So you admit it? The palace master's voice turned cold. Zichen raised his head and stared at the hall master, who looked like a ghost, and said, "It is rumored that the punishment hall master abhors evil as if it were an enemy, and has once beheaded several core disciples who had committed serious offenses. If the hall master insists on asking this question today, Zichen will admit his guilt, but I will absolutely not accept it." Zichen, what do you have to say? I saw you kill Su Yin with my own eyes. How dare you quibble? That's right. You even stole our spiritual herbs? You even killed Luomu and the others. Just as Zichen's voice faded, a disciple beside him could not help but chime in. Zichen, you don't need to quibble. We've already investigated the matter. Today is the day you die. Chen Feng also walked out and coldly said. Zichen did not even look at them. His calm gaze was fixed on the hall master as he said, "Hall master, it is true that I killed the 9 disciples, but Su Yin did not die by my hands. He died in the mouth of a Xiantian giant python. Hundreds of people saw it with their own eyes. They are obviously slandering me." At this point, Zichen did not care anymore. He directly said, the 10 disciples of the inner sect relied on Chen Feng's support to commit all kinds of crimes. That day, the 10 disciples actually wanted to kill me alone. They were truly shameless. Moreover, when they attacked, they said that Chen Feng was jealous of my great talent and was afraid that I would be a threat to him, so he arranged for them to attack me. They also said that after I died and turned into a ghost, I should not look for them, but Chen Feng. I was lucky and survived in the end. But I want to ask, Hall Master, if I had died that day, would there be anyone who would seek justice for me? Zichun raised his head, his voice loud and clear. Bullshit. You're spouting nonsense and slandering others. You think I'm jealous of your talent? What kind of talent do you have? Chen Feng said angrily. Zichun looked at Chen Feng with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Su Yin died in the mouth of the giant python, and there were hundreds of people who saw it. But you said that I was the one who killed him. If you can believe such lies, why can't I believe what I heard with my own ears? The 10 disciples of the inner sect have no enmity with me. Why would they want to kill me and even put a bounty on my head in the spiritual herbal garden? I reached Xiantian Stage 9 from Xiantian Stage 5 in just 1 year. What kind of talent do you think I have? If I don't have talent, then what are you? Zichun responded coldly, mocking indifferently. Gasps could be heard all around. Only now did everyone remember that Zichun was still a little fellow in the 5th layer of true energy a year ago. But after a year, he was already standing at the peak of the true energy realm, becoming the number 1 person below the Xiantian realm. Chen Feng naturally didn't have Zichun's talent back then. Zichun's eyes turned cold as he said, if you want to kill someone, then you have to be prepared to be killed. They have evil intentions, so they deserve to die. You're talking nonsense. I hope the Hall Master will uphold justice. There are dozens of people here who can testify against Zichun. As for being jealous of his talent, it's just a rumor. As a Xiantian stage warrior, why would I care about a Xiantian stage warrior? Chen Feng was furious. He turned to the Hall Master and bowed, asking for justice. Humph, they're just a bunch of despicable people who only talk about justice. If we can believe their words, we might as well find a bunch of animals. Although animals don't know how to speak, they definitely won't do things that go against their will, Zichun said coldly. For today's matter, he had to show a strong attitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance. The Hall Master glanced down and didn't say a word. Zichun, you don't need to quibble. We all know what kind of person you are. You colluded with people from the outer sect to kill the 10 disciples of the inner sect in order to steal the elixirs. That's right. You killed a lot of disciples in the valley. Did they also want to kill you? You've been quibbling all this time? You're vicious and merciless. Not only did you steal our elixirs, but you also wanted to silence us. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have died in your hands already. We wouldn't be able to testify against you here. You're just a devil in a mask of kindness. The Nimbus martial ancestor is really a misfortune for the sect to have a piece of trash like you. The others all spoke, wanting to kill Zichun. Their words were vicious. Zichun, you keep saying that you only killed people to protect yourself. Do you have any witnesses? You personally killed so many disciples in the valley. Was that also self-defense? The Hall Master suddenly spoke, his cold eyes looking at Zichun. Zichun felt a wave of killing intent rushing towards him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The silver light around his body showed signs of dissipating. He was shocked. The Hall Master's strength was indeed terrifying. Hall Master, he doesn't have any witnesses. What we said is the truth. In front of the truth, no one will defend him. We're standing on the side of justice. A disciple spoke. If you don't have any witnesses, who can prove that what you said is true? Do you think I should believe them, or your one-sided story? The Hall Master asked coldly. The disciples sneered, as if they could already see the scene of the Hall Master personally killing Zichun. Humph. Chen Feng coldly snorted and retreated. The scene was powerless against Zichun. Moreover, the Hall Master was famous for killing people without batting an eye. Once he determined that Zichun was a villain, he would definitely kill him on the spot. I can testify for him. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice sounded from outside the hall. I can also testify that Zichun is innocent. Another clear voice sounded. Footsteps sounded, and 2 beautiful figures appeared. Su Mingyao was dressed in white. She had a slender figure, and her beautiful face looked straight at Zichun in the hall. Lin Shui's legs were straight, and her skin was like jade. Her jade feet stepped on the ground, making clattering sounds. It's you guys? Seeing Lin Shui and Su Mingyao, Chen Feng's face changed. He didn't understand why the two would appear. He had already arranged for people to restrain them. If it's not us, then who is it? Don't tell me it's those trash you sent? Qinfeng, I used to think that you were a petty person with a good heart, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Zichun had no enmity with you, but you tried to kill him time and time again. This is the actions of a despicable person. It is the misfortune of the Nimbus martial ancestor that a person like you is the Nimbus martial ancestor's sect master. Su Mingyao said coldly as soon as she came up. You. Qinfeng was furious, and his face was very ugly. This was the first time Su Mingyao spoke to him in such a tone. You are simply a despicable person. Lin Shui also said coldly, in the spiritual herbal garden, you ordered the 10 inner disciples to kill Zichun, and now you found a bunch of despicable people like you to testify. You are all jackals of the same tribe. The sudden appearance of these two people was out of everyone's expectations. Everyone looked at each other and wanted to refute. Don't speak. I feel disgusted just by hearing your voices. You are using righteousness as an excuse to do shady things. Su Mingyao's words made everyone speechless. In the spiritual herbal garden, if it wasn't for Zichun, you would have died many times. Now you are trying to harm him. You are a bunch of heartless people. Lin Shui also scolded. No one said a word, and they didn't know how to refute. The Nimbus martial ancestor is a sect, and it has its rules. This is not your home, and you can't do whatever you want. The punishment palace is the most sacred and just place of the Nimbus martial ancestor. You will be severely punished for lying here. Su Mingyao's voice was cold, and her words made everyone's heart tremble. Some of the more timid people's faces changed. Several elders have died here. You are on your own now. Su Mingyao warned again. Everyone lowered their heads and stopped talking. Turning her head, Su Mingyao looked at the palace leader and said with a smile, Palace leader, I'm sure you know what's right and wrong. The palace leader's face trembled, and he said coldly, Someone, take them away and interrogate them. If they are lying, execute them immediately. The palace leader's voice was cold, and a murderous aura was emitted. At that moment, the entire palace felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. The murderous aura spread out, as if the god of death had arrived. The surviving disciples were all despicable and cowardly. A few of them even fell to the ground, their faces filled with fear. They crawled to the center of the hall and cried, Palace Master, please spare me. I was bewitched by Qinfeng and was momentarily blinded by greed. That's why I slandered Zichun. Zichun, please forgive us. We are innocent. We were ordered by Qinfeng. Chapter 75. More than 20 disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. There was no need to interrogate them, as they confessed everything. The reward of the 10 inner disciples and Qinfeng's promise. 2 days ago, Qinfeng had found them and promised that if they identified Zichun as the culprit, the contribution points they would receive would be doubled. All of them knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, saying everything they could. They even wanted to reveal all the dirty things that Qinfeng had done. You're talking nonsense. Qinfeng's face turned pale. He initially thought that these people were timid and easy to use. However, he did not expect them to be a double-edged sword and hurt him. He kept backing off, trying to distance himself from these people. Senior brother Qinfeng, save us. We did everything according to your instructions. Yeah, senior brother Qinfeng, just admit it. Save us, we don't want to die. Senior brother Qinfeng, you tried to kill Zichun. You've already done it. Why don't you admit it? Don't tell me you don't care about our lives and just watch us die. Senior brother Qinfeng, just admit it, we don't want to die. The crowd kept crying as they crawled toward Qinfeng. You don't want to die. Neither do I. Qinfeng kept backing off, putting some distance between him and the crowd, and said furiously, Get out of my sight. When they reached the edge of the stairs, Qinfeng had nowhere else to go. His face turned pale as he tried to defend himself, trying to distance himself from them. At this moment, the malicious spirit hall master said coldly, Men, drag these people out. Cripple their cultivation and chase them out of the Nimbus martial ancestor. No, don't cripple us. We've already told you the truth. It was Chen Feng who wanted to kill Zichen. We were only instructed. Why do you have to cripple our cultivation? Chen Feng's situation is worse than ours. He's the mastermind. If we're crippled, does that mean Chen Feng is going to die? Chen Feng, you'll die a horrible death. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Chen Feng, you evil bastard. You'll get your retribution one day. The wailing and howling disciples were pulled away by several red-robed elders. They could still hear those vicious curses. After a long time, those voices disappeared. The floor of the main hall was glossy and shiny, and there were many bloodstains on it. This was caused by the people who had knocked their heads on the ground. Zichen didn't say a word. Su Mengyao and Xuelin were standing on his left and right. Their mouths were slightly tilted, looking like the lofty winners. Beside him was Chen Feng, whose face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he was at a complete loss. The hall master glanced at Chen Feng before shifting his gaze to the other side. First Elder, how do you think we should resolve this matter? After a moment of silence in the hall, a voice came from the side of the hall. Temple Master, you did a good job in resolving the matter. Those disciples were simply too outrageous. They actually dared to slander a genius. Crippling his cultivation and expelling him from the sect is not excessive at all. On the contrary, Zichen nearly slandered him. You must compensate him well. Great Elder walked out from the side. He was dressed in a large red robe, his back perfectly straight, full of vigor. Oh, Great Elder's words are reasonable. The corner of the hall master's mouth twitched again, as if he was smiling. Just like Great Elder, he ignored Chen Feng and shifted his gaze to the other side. Do you have anything else to say? At this moment, other than Zichen's group, there were two other people in the main hall. One was Wang Ming, and the other was Luo Min. Reporting to Temple Master, Zichen killed my big brother and his friends. A total of 6 people. This is an indisputable fact. I dare to use my head to guarantee it. I hope Temple Master will handle this matter impartially. Wang Ming took 2 steps forward and walked to the center of the main hall. He knelt on the ground and pressed his head deeply against the smooth floor. Zichen, is what he said true? The hall master asked again, his voice still very cold. Reporting to Temple Master, Wang Xiong and the others did indeed die at my hands. At that time, I was at the 6th stage of the true Qi stage. I did everything to protect myself. Zichen didn't hide anything. He recounted the events of that day in detail. He even mentioned the matter of the 500-year-old spirit herb and the matter of the dung being thrown at him. He spoke for a full 15 minutes before stopping. He only spoke the truth without adding any details. Zichen didn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. That day, I didn't kill that dung-throwing disciple. But when he returned, he disappeared without a trace. Then Wang Xiong and the others came looking for me. Unfortunately, the only witness was gone. Zichen sighed. He then glanced at Wang Ming. The latter was currently trembling uncontrollably. Su Mengyao secretly told Zichen not to hide anything and to speak the truth. Only then did Zichen not have any misgivings and speak the truth. The temple master sat high up in the main hall, looking down at Wang Ming expressionlessly. After hearing Zichen's words, he waved his hand and said, "Expel him from the sect." This time, before Wang Ming could even beg for mercy, he felt a powerful force directly send him flying. "Mercy, it's Chen!" Wang Ming's fierce cry rang out outside the main hall, but before he could finish, his voice disappeared. The temple master is truly benevolent. This kind of scum should be executed. The first elder withdrew his sleeve and said indifferently. Previously, Wang Ming flying backwards was his doing. "What about you?" The temple master looked at Luo Min. The latter's heart trembled, but after thinking about it, he didn't kill anyone. Nor did he do anything evil. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. He clenched his teeth and said, "Temple Master, Zichen stole my first-rate battle skill, misty steps, causing me to be punished. I hope the Temple Master can make the decision to break Zichen's limbs, cripple his cultivation, and throw him out of the sect." This was the rule of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Even stealing had to be punished. Chen Feng had long planned for these 3 things to happen one after another. He could definitely kill Zichen, but he never expected that the first two things would be resolved so easily. Moreover, he was in a dangerous situation. The current situation was very unfavorable for Chen Feng. Although the first elder was present and deliberately ignored him, Chen Feng wasn't naive enough to believe that the temple master, who was like a ghost, would let him go. Zichun, did such a thing happen? The temple master looked down at Zichun. Although his tone was cold, there was no killing intent in it. No. Zichun shook his head and denied. You're lying. I went to the martial arts pavilion to check. You never received the misty steps, and you don't have enough contribution points to exchange for it. Then tell me, how did you get the misty steps? Luo Min's voice was shrill and aggressive. Don't tell me that Su Mingyao gave it to you. During this period, no one received the misty steps. You knowing the misty steps can only mean one thing. You stole my first-rate battle skill. Chen Feng finally raised his head. 3 reasons to kill Zichen, and finally one of them worked. From Luo Min's tone, this matter was already in the bag. I didn't give him any battle skill. Even I don't know the misty steps. Su Mingyao suddenly said. Her eyes were calm, and her beautiful eyes were moving. Haha, Zichun, what else do you have to say? According to the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor, stealing is punishable by breaking all 4 limbs and crippling one's cultivation. Luo Min laughed sinisterly, as if victory was already in his grasp. Zichun, no matter how much of a genius you are, stealing is a crime. The punishment hall will not tolerate it. The great elder also said coldly. Zichen, give me an explanation. The temple master stared at Zichun. Reporting to the temple master, this matter. Zichun was very hesitant. Speak. The temple master said coldly. I really don't have enough contribution points to exchange for the misty steps, and no one gave me this movement skill, Zichun said truthfully. Haha, then you admit to stealing. Temple master, please make your move. Luo Min laughed loudly. Chen Feng also sneered, thinking that he would not be able to kill him this time. The great elder was also waiting to watch a good show. Zichen, today you have entered the punishment hall. There is no road to heaven and no door to hell. You will die without a doubt. Luo Min was a little carried away and laughed wildly. Are you an idiot? Zichen looked at Luo Min with disdain. What? You still want to quibble? Idiot. Zichen rolled his eyes and said, I don't have contribution points to exchange for, and no one gave it to me. Do you think I stole this movement skill? If you didn't steal it, then what? Did you pick it up? Luo Min said coldly. I didn't pick it up. To be precise, I stole it. Zichun admitted. Before Luo Min could laugh, he said, But I didn't steal it from you, Luo Min. I stole it from the martial arts pavilion. What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. The martial arts pavilion had never lost anything, so how could Zichun have stolen it? Himph! Open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. Zichun snorted coldly. He pointed 2 fingers at Luo Min. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, Zichun was already in front of Luo Min. His fingers were pointed at Luo Min's throat, fast as a ghost. Do you see what this is? Zichun retracted his 2 fingers and looked at the pale Luo Min. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. This is the flowing light sword art. How did you learn it? Luo Min's expression changed. In that instant, if Zichun had attacked even a little bit more, his life would have been gone. Yes, I stole it from the martial arts pavilion. Zichun nodded and admitted. Before Luo Min could understand, he heard a sigh of admiration. Every person can only enter the martial arts pavilion once a week. Every time, you can only enter for a short 2 hours. You can actually learn 2 battle skills and comprehend the essence of true intent in such a short time. This talent is indeed extraordinary. What? How is this possible? He can actually steal battle skills from the martial arts pavilion? At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Only Su Mingyao and Lin Shui were still smiling. Luo Min's face was ashen. If Zichen only knew the misty steps, it could be explained. But now, he also knew the flowing light sword art and comprehended the essence of true intent. Luo Min's previous reason did not make sense. This is impossible. How can there be a genius in this world who has a photographic memory of a battle skill? This is impossible. Footwork battle skills are the most difficult to learn. How can he remember it with a single glance? The great elder lost his composure. The potential that Ziqian had shown before was already very great. Within a year, he had broken through from True Qi level 5 to True Qi level 9. This was something that the great elder could not accept. But now, Ziqian had shown another ability, which made it even harder for the great elder to accept. Chunfeng's face was also ashen. Now, Ziqian's potential really made him jealous. Great elder, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. Only this can prove that Ziqian is a genius. Otherwise, why would Chunfeng be jealous? Su Mingyao laughed. This is impossible. The great elder still could not believe it. Chapter 76. Luomin, you framed Ziqian. This is an unforgivable crime. You are now relieved of your position in the contribution pavilion. The hall master sat high up in the hall and announced Luomin's punishment. There were 3 groups of people who wanted to kill Ziqian. The first group had their cultivation crippled and were expelled from the sect. Wang Ming was also expelled from the sect, and Luomin was relieved of his position. All 3 groups of people were punished. There seemed to be many things that needed to be investigated. The hall master waved his hand. Luomin did not dare to say anything and left dejectedly. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. A position full of benefits was gone just like that. Since the hall master had spoken, no matter how capable his uncle was, he would not dare to take him back. There were only a few people left in the spacious hall. The hall master's gaze landed on Chunfeng once again. He said coldly, "Chunfeng, do you know your crime?" His voice was cold and a murderous aura appeared. Chunfeng's heart trembled. He did not dare to speak and looked at the first elder for help. The first elder was someone who had killed core disciples and elders. He was impartial and impartial. If he said anything wrong, he would not be able to keep his life. The first elder coughed softly and said, Chunfeng was also bewitched by a villain. He was wronged. The first elder's face was not red nor was he panting. His tone was calm and reasonable. Go to the disciplinary hall and face the wall for half a year. When the sect master returns, I will report your evil deeds and let him decide. What have you done to a dignified Nimbus martial ancestor? Bringing a bunch of villains to pretend to be righteous. Humph. Chunfeng's face was ashen. The disciplinary hall was a prison with an extremely harsh environment. It was said that there was no sunlight all year round, and it was extremely gloomy. The murderous aura there was far stronger than here. Many people could not stand the aura of the disciplinary hall and committed suicide. Therefore, the Een aura there was extremely heavy. It was said that one could hear the cries of ghosts at night. Hall Master, can you give me some face and pardon Chunfeng's punishment? The first elder stood at the side and transmitted his voice. The Hall Master did not even turn his head. He was impartial and said coldly, Chunfeng is sentenced to face the wall for 1 year. You. The great elder roared furiously. Great elder, respect is not given by others, it is earned by oneself. Chunfeng did such a despicable thing. I did not kill him on the spot and let the sect leader make the decision. This is already taking into account that you have contributed a lot to the Nimbus martial ancestor. Don't make a mistake. The palace leader's expression did not change, but his tone was cold. Palace Master, have you made up your mind? The great elder's tone was sinister. Humph, are you threatening me? Men, take Chunfeng away. No one is allowed to visit him. If anyone refuses to comply and barges into the punishment hall, kill Chunfeng on the spot. The hall master glared coldly. As his voice faded, killing intent filled the hall. Chunfeng's legs trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His expression had long since turned ashen. Earlier, he was still thinking that the Grand Elder would use his connections to get him out of here. But now, once he forced his way in, his life would be in danger. Good, very good. The Temple Master is indeed impartial. I have learned a lot today. Farewell. With a cold snort, the Grand Elder flicked his sleeve and left. A moment later, Chunfeng was also taken away. After Chunfeng was taken away and the Grand Elder left, only the Palace Master, Ziqian, and the other 2 were left. The Palace Master's gaze landed on Ziqian. Little guy, not bad. I have high hopes for you. The punishment hall master praised. This was probably the first time in his life that he had ever praised someone in such a manner. Even Chen Feng, the #1 expert of the Nimbus martial ancestor, had never been praised in such a manner before. Palace Master is too kind. Today, seeing the Palace Master's unyielding and impartial side, it is indeed the great fortune of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with admiration. I know what happened to you. It's not your fault. As for Chen Feng and the others, they were too much. Today, I only taught them a small lesson. The Palace Master's tone softened. Palace Master knows? Zi Chun was stunned. Of course, what kind of person is Uncle Li? What wouldn't he know? Su Mingyao chuckled. You little girl, you don't have to flatter me. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have investigated this matter. The muscles on Palace Master Li's face twitched as a smile appeared on his face. His tone was even gentler, and there was even some affection in it. It's Uncle Li who is so perceptive. Chen Feng is really a despicable person. And those people before, they are really. Seemingly recalling the scene in the spiritual herbal garden, Su Mengyao's face was filled with anger. The group continued to chat for a while. Zi Qian was dumbfounded as he watched the Palace Master, who was as decisive as a ferocious ghost, turn into a kind elder in an instant. The way he looked at Su Mingyao was more like a father looking at his daughter. What kind of identity does this Su Mingyao have? Zi Qian was shocked. Even the Palace Master was so nice to her. This Zi Qian must die. He actually has a photographic memory. His talent is really frightening. In just 1 year, without the help of any resources, he was able to break through to such a level. This is a huge threat to Feng Er. Walking out of the punishment hall, the Grand Elder's eyes were filled with killing intent. This old thing actually praised him so much. Is he going to take him as a disciple? If so, he will be a real threat to Feng Er. Hearing the praise for Zi Qian in the hall, the killing intent in the Grand Elder's eyes intensified. Walking down the stone steps, the more the Grand Elder thought about it, the more he felt that Zi Qian should be killed. Kill. He must be killed to prevent future troubles. The Grand Elder suddenly stopped. His figure flashed and turned into a puff of green smoke, disappearing. After chatting with the Palace Master for a while, Zi Qian and the other two left. Although he was very confused, Zi Qian didn't ask about Su Mengyao's identity. He just chatted with Xuelin nonstop. But most of the time, it was Xuelin talking while Zi Qian listened. The three of them walked out of the hall and walked down the stone steps. Zi Qian, the inner disciple assessment is about to begin. Those with true energy stage 9 are eligible to participate. Have you registered? Su Mengyao asked. Not yet. Zi Qian shook his head and said, I've been training all this time and didn't have time to worry about other things. But this time, Chen Feng is punished and has to face the wall. I have plenty of time, so I can register. Yes, entering the core, you can use the sect's resources freely. This is the dream of all the Nimbus martial ancestor disciples. Su Mingyao said, the path of cultivation needs to follow the rules. The worst thing is to be impatient. If you increase your strength too quickly, it will lead to instability. This will hinder your future achievements. Miao Kong said this to Zi Qian before. Thank you. I know what I'm doing. Zi Qian nodded. Well, I'll give you the rest of the true Qi Dawn soon. Su Mingyao didn't say anything else. That's not right. Why haven't we gone back yet? I remember we arrived not long ago. Lin Shui suddenly exclaimed. Her eyes were full of confusion. Zi Qian and Su Mingyao were chatting and didn't notice this. Now that Lin Shui mentioned it, they realized something was wrong. In front of him was a small stone path, with rows of trees on both sides. Behind him was a lonely stone staircase, looking bleak and desolate. But they had walked for a long time. Logically speaking, they should be able to finish walking this path. What's going on? Zi Qian was confused. It's very strange. Is it a ghost wall? But it's daytime, and this is the punishment hall. How can there be such a dense, murderous aura? Lin Shui tilted her head, not understanding. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes carefully looked around. No matter how she observed, she couldn't find anything strange. The steps were still the same. The trees were still lush. There was nothing strange. Suddenly, Su Mingyao's face changed. Her beautiful face was extremely pale. She said, "Did we accidentally enter the Yuan formation that only the true energy realm can use?" Yuan formation? What's that? It's a mysterious spell that requires true energy to activate. It's called a formation. It's said that it has the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. I've only heard about it. I've never seen it. Su Mingyao said. True energy realm, could it be? Zichen's heart moved. He said, "Is there any way to leave?" No. Su Mingyao shook her head. Her face was very ugly. She said, "This is the path to the punishment hall. How could there be a Yuan formation? It must be targeted at you. Zichen, quickly go back." Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Zichen was already a few meters away. He quickly ran towards the stone step behind him. However, at the place where he was standing, a sharp Xiantian sword chi flashed and disappeared. Zichen had just run a few dozen meters when he felt a strong force coming from the stone step. Then, a solid fist chi hit Zichen's face. Not good, this is Xiantian chi. Zichen's face changed. He clenched his fists. As he crossed his fists, a silver light flashed. It was as if a peak level 10 vicious beast had blocked in front of him. Boom! As the fist chi fell, Zichen flew back a dozen meters. His body was churning. "It's you." Suppressing the blood in his heart, Zichen looked at the old man in front of him. His face was cold. Zichen knew this person. It was Robin, the one who wanted to kill him in the contribution pavilion. At this time, Robin blocked Zichen's path. He looked at him coldly and said with disdain, "If it's not me, who else could it be? I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to be able to dodge 2 of my attacks." The current Zichen was no longer the same as before. His physique was close to that of a demonic beast, and his pure Zhen Qi was close to level 10. Facing a Xiantian Zhen Qi was no longer as embarrassing as before. "Elder Robin, are you here to kill Zichen? Have you forgotten the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor?" Behind Zichen, Su Mingyao said coldly, "Little girl, do you have the right to speak here? Today, Zichen will definitely die. As for you, you better stand aside obediently. I don't want to accidentally kill you too." Looking at Su Mingyao, Robin said indifferently, "Kill me? Do you have the guts? Even if I lent you 10 guts, you wouldn't dare." Su Mingyao changed her usual indifferent temperament and became very strong. "If I'm not wrong, this should be a Yuan formation. The one maintaining this Yuan formation should be the Great Elder. Why hasn't he come out yet?" Su Mingyao knew too much, and this matter couldn't be exposed. Therefore, Robin didn't waste time and directly attacked Zichen. Chi. Chapter 77. Swoosh. Zichen's aura surged crazily like a demonic beast. His blood and chi were exuberant, and his aura surged. Rays of silver light surrounded his body, and he actually managed to break free from the Xiantian realm pressure. The sword chi slashed across, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Pa! Su Mingyao shook her hand, and the spiritual snake whip broke free from her waist. Like a dancing spiritual snake, it flew towards Robin. 1,000 phantom palms. Xuelin also shouted. Thousands of palm prints appeared in the sky, blotting out the sky and pressing down on Robin. Humph! Insignificant skill. Robin sneered. He clenched his fists, and a ray of light appeared. With a loud bang, the fist radiance shattered the thousands of palm prints and hit the spiritual snake's head. The spirit snake twisted in the air, and then, with an even stronger and more ferocious momentum, it flew backward. Pa! Pa! The spiritual snake landed on Su Mingyao and Xuelin with a strong recoil, and the two were instantly sent flying. A red mark appeared on their white clothes, and there were already traces of blood. "Don't think that I don't dare to kill," Robin snorted. But at this moment, a thick thunderbolt, like a thunder dragon, roared and rushed towards Robin. Thunderbolt finger, it's just a fragment. Insignificant skill. Robin clenched his fists again, and without moving, he threw out 2 punches. With a loud bang, the thunderbolt was shattered, and Zichen was sent flying. He was still weak against an innate master. Robin, Aren't you afraid of alerting the Punishment Palace Master? Su Mingyao shouted. The Punishment Palace Master will naturally be dealt with. My goal is to kill Zichun. Robin's voice was cold, and he rushed towards Zichun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zichun's feet glowed, and his speed was already at its maximum. He chose to dodge instead of fighting head-on. At this moment, he had placed all his hopes on the Punishment Palace Master. His life was his top priority, and he had to hold on for as long as he could. Zichun was like a fish in water, incomparably slippery. His ethereal steps had already been executed to the extreme, and the essence of his true intent appeared. His entire body was like a puff of green smoke, illusory and indistinct, leaving no traces behind. Robin howled in anger, but his nimble body was slightly inferior to Zichun's. Every attack only brushed past Zichun's body, leaving only shallow wounds, unable to deal a fatal blow. You killed Zichun. You have to die too, Su Mingyao said angrily as she was sent flying again. I've done so much for the Nimbus martial ancestor. I don't believe that the sect would punish me for a dead man. Robin sneered and attacked even more fiercely. Others might not, but Zichun is a genius. If you kill him, you will die for sure. You'd better lie to a kid. Today, he will die for sure. I don't believe that a dead genius will be of any use. Robin pointed his finger repeatedly, and materialized sword chi shot out. Brilliant light flashed, and sword marks appeared on the ground. Zichun did not say a word. His body was covered with light sword wounds. The energy in his heart flowed into his body continuously, allowing Zichun to use his footwork to dodge the attacks again and again without worrying about running out of energy. Su Mingyao was at her wit's end, and Lin Shui was even more so. Their strength was too low, and in front of a Xiantian realm elder, they could not last more than one round. If it was not for Robin's scruples, he could have killed them in one round. Boom. After dodging again and again, Robin finally seized the opportunity and sent Zichun flying. However, Zichun only spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled twice in the air. When he got up from the ground, he became lively again and dodged again. Strange, he's still not dead. Seeing that Zichun's speed did not decrease, Robin was dumbfounded, and he attacked even more fiercely. Xiantian sword chi, fist radiance, and powerful Xiantian battle skills were unleashed, determined to kill Zichun. If you kill other geniuses, you might live, but if you kill Zichun, you will die for sure. Because he is not only a genius, but also my fiancé. Su Mingyao, who was at her wit's end, said again. What? Robin was shocked. His attack speed slowed down a lot, and he looked at Su Mingyao. I said, Zichun is my fiancé. If you kill him, not only will you die, but in the Nimbus martial ancestor, all of you with the surname Luo will not have a good ending. Su Mingyao said coldly, and her tone was extremely firm. This, Robin had to consider. This gave Zichun time to breathe. He looked at Su Mingyao gratefully, knowing that this was a temporary measure that Su Mingyao came up with to save him. As for himself, he did not dare to hope for anything. Robin hesitated. Su Mengyao's identity was very special, so he had to consider it carefully. If he really killed her fiancé, not only would Robin's life come to an end, but all the people here who were related to him would also come to an end. Robin, are you stupid? How can you believe a one-sided story? What kind of trash is this Zichun? How can he be Su Mengyao's fiancé? An old voice suddenly sounded, waking Robin up. Great Elder. Zichun gritted his teeth, recognizing the voice. Damn it, I was almost fooled by you. Robin gritted his teeth and roared, attacking fiercely again. This time, he used all his strength. Zichun became flustered, but he could still save his life for now. Su Mingyao and Lin Shui could also occasionally restrain him. Elder Chun, I gave you face and did not punish Qinfeng. I did not expect you to be so despicable as to attack in front of me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from afar. Then, a murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. The voice was cold and bone-piercing, but to Zichun, it was like the sound of nature. Uncle Li, quickly save Zichun. Su Mingyao took the opportunity to shout. I'll restrain this old thing. You guys go all out and kill Zichun. We have to end this quickly. At this moment, the great elder's voice sounded again, followed by a series of loud explosions. The power of a battle between true energy realm experts was too strong. In an instant, countless rocks exploded, the ground cracked, and many stone steps disappeared. The Yuan formation that the great elder had set up also began to tremble violently, showing signs of collapse. You old thing, you actually broke through again. But I'm not afraid of you. The great elder roared, followed by a series of loud explosions. Inside the Yuan formation, Robin alone had already made Zichen flustered. However, when Temple Master Li arrived, another person appeared out of thin air. This was an old man wearing a red robe. His eyes were cold and sharp, and they were filled with dense killing intent as he stared at Zichen. Second elder. Zichen's face changed again. This man had protected Wu Sheng at the beginning. He was definitely not a good person to be able to lie through his teeth. At this moment, his eyes had already shown everything. End this quickly. The moment the second elder appeared, he did not listen to Su Mengyao's nonsense and directly attacked Zichen. Peng! The two attacked together. There were not many escape routes left for Zichen. After a few attacks, he was finally hit hard and his body flew backward. Qi! A sword Qi flew past, brushing past Zichen's face and cutting off a strand of his black hair. Blood dripped down as Zichen's body landed on the ground. Boom! A resplendent fist light appeared, carrying a strong killing intent as it struck towards the falling Zichen. In a hurry, Zichen raised his fist to block. With a boom, Zichen flew backward, this time accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. His body, which was comparable to a demonic beast's body, was shattered by someone at this moment. Go to hell. The second elder followed closely, stomping on Zichen's thigh. Then, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Zichen's leg was broken. The two attacked ruthlessly. Not only did they want to kill Zichen, but they also wanted to torture Zichen and break his bones. Zichen endured the pain and kept defending without saying a word. But now that he was seriously injured, it was too late. Su Mengyao and Lin Shui could only cry. There was nothing they could do. If the two of you kill Zichen, then I, Li, swear that I will definitely kill you and your fellow clansmen in the sect. Then, I will slaughter my way to your clans and exterminate all of them. Just as Zichen was in despair, Hall Master Li's voice rang out. The two of them shuddered. Temple Master Li's words had caused them to feel apprehensive. Kill, I will support you. When the sect leader returns, I will report this to him. The first elder's cold voice also sounded. Then, there was another loud boom. Obviously, the two were fighting more and more fiercely. If Zichen dies, I, Li, swear that I will annihilate the Luo clan and the Wu clan no matter where I go. Hall Master Li's vicious oath resounded in the outside world. I also swear that if you kill Zichen, I will guarantee you all the glory and resources in the Nimbus martial ancestor. The first elder was not to be outdone. How dare you? The two were fighting fiercely. What should we do? In the formation, the two looked at each other. At this point, there is no way out. Kill. Elder Wu's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Kill. Robin nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Under the desperate gazes of Su Mengyao and Lin Shui, he launched the last attack towards Zichen. Both of their fists carried the might of the Xiantian realm as they punched towards Zichen's face. With such a powerful and all-out attack, not to mention Zichen, even a Xiantian demon beast would die without a doubt. Above the fists, the brilliance was dazzling and carried a terrifying aura. However, just as the two fists arrived in front of Zichen, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, and their speed instantly slowed down. Then, under the naked eye, the surging energy on the fists dissipated, like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing little by little. By the time they arrived in front of Zichen, their fists were already devoid of any strength. The two light fists had just landed in front of Zichen's face when they stopped, as if someone had used a body-freezing spell on them. The two's faces changed. Their foreheads were full of cold sweat. Not only did the power of their full-strength attack disappear, they could not even retract their fists. It was as if they were firmly fixed. Why are you still not attacking? The first elder's voice sounded. Obviously, the battle outside had lost. Chapter 78. Why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and do it. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The great elder's cold voice sounded. Apparently, he had sensed everything that was happening in the formation. The two of them remained motionless. Zichan did not move either. His heart was beating nonstop. Waves of silver energy flowed into his body. His injured body was recovering rapidly. At the same time, his broken bones were also healing. I've said that I'll take responsibility if anything happens. What are you thinking? Do it. The great elder began to roar, followed by another scream. It seemed that he was no match for Temple Masterly. The corners of their mouths twitched. Their eyes were filled with horror. They could not withdraw their fists. They wanted to say something, but they felt as if there was a poisonous snake hidden in the void in front of them. It was staring at them coldly. As long as they made any movement, the poisonous snake would instantly take their lives. The two of them opened their mouths, but did not dare to say anything. Do it. The great elder roared again. He was somewhat hysterical. Then, there was a clear sound of blood vomiting. The entire formation was unstable. Trash. After finding these two trash, the great elder wanted to die. Zichan was right in front of them. The two of them only needed to move their fingers to destroy each other. However, they were standing there motionless. And he was no match for Temple Masterly. You're really disappointing. At this moment, a low sigh was heard. A figure appeared silently beside Zichan. It was an old man. His back was a little bent. His beard was white and his eyes were cloudy. He was wearing a linen robe. There were many patches on it, and it was tattered. After he appeared, he looked at the two elders and shook his head. His face was filled with disappointment. No one knew when he appeared. Only after a sigh did the two of them see this ordinary yet extraordinary old man. Who are you? The two of them wanted to say something, but they forcibly suppressed this question in their hearts. Because in an instant, the formation exploded. Boom! The primary formation exploded, and a burst of energy scattered in all directions. The two elders were instantly sent flying by the impact of the energy. At the same time, a ray of light surrounded Zichan and the other two, blocking the impact of the energy for them. The origin formation had already been shattered, and the stone path and the green trees on both sides had all disappeared. This place had once again returned to reality. The ground was a complete mess. Many of the trees had exploded, and many of the steps had already collapsed. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it was deathly silent. The great elder stood at the side. His red robes were stained with blood, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The origin formation had been broken, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked at the place where the origin formation had been in shock. He could not imagine that the origin formation he had set up would be broken just like that. Furthermore, it was broken by a great force. With a glance, he saw that the ordinary old man's shocked gaze instantly turned into horror. Grand, supreme, elder. The great elder's voice began to tremble, and his eyes were filled with fear. With just a glance, the true energy realm great elder was scared to this extent. This old man's identity was naturally extraordinary, and his strength was also extraordinary. Temple Masterly was dressed in black, and his entire body was like a huge black hole. His expression was abnormally cold. After seeing this ordinary old man, his figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of the old man. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Supreme Elder." "What, Supreme Elder? The strongest existence in the Nimbus martial ancestor? Didn't he disappear for many years? Why is he here today?" "Supreme Elder, the strongest existence in the Nimbus martial ancestor. He is even stronger than the sect master." Elder Chun and Elder Luo looked at the ordinary old man. They were tongue-tied, and their faces were filled with disbelief. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." But at this moment, the great elder had already walked over obediently. He was like a docile little lamb as he bowed to the old man. Seeing this, the two of them trembled in fear as they went forward and bowed respectfully. "What have you guys done to the Nimbus martial ancestor? The atmosphere is foul, filled with snakes and rats. The Supreme Elder snorted coldly. His turbid eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. "Grandpa, you're finally here. You scared me to death just now." A delicate voice rang out. A white figure flashed past, and Su Mingyao had already gone forward. She hugged the old man's arm and acted coquettishly. "I've been here for a long time. I just wanted to see Zichen's potential. He's very good." The old man smiled with a face full of affection. At this moment, Zichen was standing beside the old man. His mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. He was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Supreme Elder? You're the Supreme Elder?" Even though everyone was bowing to the old man, Zichen still couldn't believe that the old man who carried a wine gourd and chatted with him while fishing and drinking while carrying a wine gourd was the strongest and most mysterious Supreme Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor. "Little brother, I trust you've been well since we last met." The Supreme Elder turned his head and said something that almost made everyone vomit blood. A dignified Grand Elder was actually calling Zichen little brother. The Supreme Elder really did vomit blood. No one knew if it was because of shock or because of his previous injuries. How is this possible? Zichen still couldn't believe it. His eyes were like copper bells and his mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. How is it impossible? The Grand Elder laughed out loud. "Back then, Yaoer told me that a genius had appeared in the sect and was being treated unfairly. I was curious and wanted to go take a look, but I didn't expect you to have mastered the Thunderbolt finger. You are indeed extraordinary. I even heard about your story. It's simply unbelievable." Zichen scratched his head awkwardly. That day, he thought that the old man was just an ordinary person. So he took advantage of the alcohol to complain and express the dissatisfaction in his heart. He said everything that he could say, including the matter of him splashing feces. However, he did not expect that the ordinary old man would have such an identity. The slight movement made him grimace in pain. Xuelin quickly supported him, but Xuelin's injuries weren't light either. She didn't have a powerful background like Su Mingyao, so when Robin hit her, he used more strength. When the kind old man's eyes fell on Robin and the others, they suddenly became cold. He said, "A dignified Nimbus martial ancestor, but because the sect leader wasn't here, you guys messed up the place. How is this a sect? This is your own backyard. You guys can do whatever you want." A dignified elder actually plotted against a disciple. "You guys are so disappointing." The three lowered their heads. They couldn't defend themselves at this moment. The Supreme Elder's strength was unfathomable. He was as deep as the abyss. They didn't even have the slightest thought of rebelling. The Supreme Elder now looked kind, but his strength had reached an unfathomable level. Which one of them wasn't a decisive person? Even if he had some kindness, it would be for his family. Cold sweat had already soaked their bodies. The three bowed their bodies and didn't move. Drops of sweat dripped down from their foreheads. The sect leader wasn't here, and you guys secretly added a core disciple spot. You even lied with your eyes wide open. You talk about righteousness, but do shady things. You guys are really the scum of the Nimbus martial ancestor." The Supreme Elder raised his hand, but in the end, he didn't put it down. The three were scared. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. "Sigh, I'm old and useless. I don't want to care about the Nimbus martial ancestor anymore. You guys should go to the punishment hall and face the wall. As for how to deal with you, we'll wait for the sect leader to come back." The Supreme Elder waved his hand, indicating the three to leave. The three thanked him and hurriedly left. "Grandpa, about Wu Sheng. Originally the core disciple spot was Zichen's." Su Mingyao gently shook the Supreme Elder's arm and said coquettishly, "This matter was arranged by Temple Master Li. Take away Wu Sheng's core disciple spot." The Supreme Elder said, "Yes, Master." Temple Master Li said. This form of address gave Zichen a fright. He never would have thought that this ghost-like old man who looked even older than the Grand Elder was actually the Grand Elder's disciple. The three elders had already left and went straight to the punishment hall. They already heard the Supreme Elder's words, but they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even protect themselves. How could they protect others? "What about Zichen?" Su Mingyao asked. As for Zichen, The Supreme Elder turned his head and looked at Zichun, who was being supported by Xuelin. His cloudy eyes suddenly became bright, and his tone was very serious. Zichun, are you willing to be my disciple? What? Zichun was stunned. He suddenly felt like a huge pie fell from the sky and hit his head. Being the Supreme Elder's disciple, who would refuse such a good thing? You don't want to? The Supreme Elder joked. No, no, no. Zichun hurriedly shook his head. This was a good thing, a very good thing. He shook his head and nodded. Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted. No, Zichun can't be your disciple. The one who spoke was Su Mingyao. Her tone was serious, and her big eyes were very determined. Why? Several people were puzzled, and they all looked at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao lowered her head, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face, which was very cute. She said in a voice that only mosquitoes and ants could hear, "If Zichun is my disciple, then won't he be my martial uncle?" After saying that, Su Mengyao's face was already bright red, like a red cloud in the sky. Haha, I see. The Supreme Elder looked at Zichun, and then looked at Su Mingyao. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Temple Master Li also laughed, but the affectionate gaze he used to look at Su Mingyao now included Zichun. Because of Su Mengyao's words, Zichun finally didn't become a disciple. However, he wasn't depressed at all, because the Supreme Elder said that even if he didn't become a disciple, he could still teach him something. Moreover, he had officially recognized Zichun as a core disciple. From now on, Zichun, who was dressed in white, would wear black. Come find me when you've recovered. The great Supreme Elder left after saying this. Zichun returned with Lin Shui's help, which immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. All of them were shocked. Why is Zichun still alive? Didn't they say that he colluded with an outer sect disciple, killed a fellow disciple, and was arrested by the punishment hall? How could this be? He's still alive. How lucky. The crowd was discussing spiritedly. They were all in disbelief. Many of them knew that this matter had been arranged by Chen Feng. Zichun was, without a doubt, going to die. However, Zichun had returned. You guys don't know yet, but the punishment hall master has already punished those who slandered Zichun. Their cultivations have been crippled, and they've been thrown out of the sect. I've also heard that Wang Ming has been kicked out too, and Luo Min has been removed from the contribution pavilion. The crowd glanced at each other and commented, how could this be? Does senior brother Chen Feng not care? Chapter 79. The Nimbus martial ancestors news spread very quickly. On the second day, news about Chen Feng was spread in the sect. Have you heard? Chen Feng was locked up in the punishment hall. That's impossible. Senior brother Chen Feng is the future sect leader. Who dares to lock him up? I heard that he slandered Zichun and sent people to kill Zichun. The matter was exposed. Chen Feng, the #1 disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor and the future sect leader, was definitely a lofty existence in the Nimbus martial ancestor. On the other hand, Zichun was only an ordinary disciple who had just entered the inner sect for a year. Logically speaking, if Chen Feng wanted to kill Zichun, it would be a piece of cake. However, Chen Feng was locked up in the punishment hall. This was out of everyone's expectations. On the third day, someone confirmed the news, causing an uproar. On the fourth day, the news that 3 elders were also locked up in the punishment hall shocked the disciples. This matter was even more unexpected. For a moment, everyone was guessing Zichun's identity. How could he topple Chen Feng and even drag the first elder into the punishment hall? On the 5th day, in front of thousands of people, Wu Sheng, who was promoted to a core disciple by the second elder, came out with his tail between his legs. At the same time, the news that he was demoted to an inner disciple spread. Wu Sheng, who was dressed in black, was now wearing white. He was now an inner disciple and would need to exchange contribution points for resources in the future. From heaven to hell, the huge difference almost caused Wu Sheng to break down. Moreover, his only backer was now in the punishment hall and his life was unknown. Could it be that it's only because of Zichun? What's the background of this Zichun? How could he topple Chen Feng and cause the elders to be punished and even demoted as a core disciple? The series of events related to Zichun challenged everyone's nerves. On the sixth day, the news that Zichun was promoted to a core disciple came. Zichun became a core disciple. It's not time for the assessment yet. Who arranged it? I heard it's the punishment hall master. Hiss. It's him. That Iron Mask King of Hell. This Zichun is really lucky. He actually managed to climb up to the punishment hall master. Why don't I have such good luck? Everyone was talking about it. Among the Nimbus martial ancestor, Zichun received the most attention. Moreover, some people had already seen the current situation and made bold guesses that Zichun had the possibility of becoming the future sect leader. As the person involved, Zichun was quietly cultivating in his room. Zichun's injuries had been severe that day, but his injuries had healed within a day of his return. Zichun's heart was like a huge potential treasure, constantly releasing his potential. After that, it was time to cultivate. Zichun fought 2 Xiantian realm opponents in a row. Both times, he was on the verge of death. He thoroughly understood that his strength was not enough. A bottle of true Qi Dawn disappeared in front of Zichun's eyes. Streams of silver energy rushed towards his body, just like a great wave washing away sand, over and over again scouring his body. 3 days later, all of the true Qi Dawn had been refined by Zichun. His strength still hadn't broken through, and he was still at the peak of the 9th level of the true Qi realm. However, his physique was constantly changing day and night. Miao Kong did not send any more true Qi Dawn. Zichun had already refined all the spirit herbs, leaving only the water spirit flower. The water spirit flower had bloomed for 1,000 years, and it had withered a year ago. When Zichun picked it, the flower had already withered. It was obviously close to 2,000 years old. This was Zichun's biggest harvest in the spirit herb garden. My strength has reached a bottleneck. If I take more true Qi Dawn, the effect will not be very big. Zichun looked at the water spirit flower in his hand and finally made up his mind. No matter how precious something was, if it was not used, it would only be a decoration. Moreover, since he had picked it, the spirit energy of the water spirit flower had been slowly draining away. Without a real jade box to store the spirit herbs, the longer the spirit energy of the water spirit flower was left, the more spirit energy would be drained away. On the 4th day, Zichun calmly sat down. He held the water spirit flower in his hand and was ready to swallow it. The nearly 2,000-year-old water spirit flower contained a huge amount of spirit energy. Zichun did not dare to swallow it in one gulp. He could only pluck the petals one by one. The water spirit flower shone brightly, translucent and smooth. As soon as Zichun plucked it, it turned into a translucent jade bead. It was dazzling and radiant, and contained a dense amount of spirit qi. Zichun swallowed it in one gulp, as if it had been compressed 1,000 times. The spirit energy jade bead entered his stomach and turned into a torrent, attacking Zichun's body. Zichun calmed himself down and began to operate the heavenly thunder body tempering technique to absorb this torrential energy. Boom! Within his body, there was a rumbling sound, like thunder and lightning. Huge waves surged and surged. The pure energy was like a flood that broke through the dam, gushing out from his heart and rushing towards his body. Within the energy of the 1,000-year-old water spirit flower, there was a unique property like water. It could easily transform Zichun's body. Zichun's body once again underwent a transformation. This transformation was the second true transformation he had experienced since the lightning energy entered his body. The transformation this time was no less than the first time he had come back from the dead and cleansed his body. Huge waves surged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Zichun's body seemed to contain a world. Under the endless energy, this world was undergoing a fundamental transformation. His blood, bones, skin, and even bone marrow were all changing. With the constant nourishment of energy, Zichun's transformation was visible to the naked eye. The water spirit flower only had 9 petals. After giving 2 to the Xiantian giant python, Zichun still had 7 petals left. As time passed, the petals disappeared in front of Zichun. Within Zichun's body, the rumbling sound continued. The sound of huge waves gradually disappeared and was replaced by the sound of rolling thunder. It was like the 9 heavens' thunder, descending from the sky and wreaking havoc on all things. But it also brought about a different kind of rebirth. Silver light flashed around Zichen's body. His eyes were slightly closed, and a vast pressure appeared from his body. It was as if the thunder god had descended to the mortal world, majestic and mighty. Arcs of lightning coiled around Zichen's body. His clothes instantly exploded, turning to dust. He was completely naked. His skin was like jade, emitting a treasured light. It was as if heaven and earth were Xing-Qian, or as if he were a dormant bolt of silver lightning, filled with a mysterious feeling. Zichen's body and mind were empty. He once again entered the silver space and saw the lightning youth. At this moment, the youth was like a celestial god. His eyes sparkled with silver light, and lightning flashed. Lightning dragons coiled around him, and his aura surged. It was as if a celestial god had branded him into Zichen's heart. Pong, pong, pong. The remaining petals of the water spirit flower in front of Zichen suddenly exploded. Following that, the roots, stalks, and leaves all exploded, turning into a small stream that surged into Zichen's body. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and silver light flashed. The pitch-black room became resplendent with silver light. Zichen was like a celestial god, sitting in the middle of the room. On this night, many disciples felt an oppressive aura. This aura directly affected their minds. It was like the heavenly might, vast and mighty, shaking their souls. Many disciples' cultivation was obstructed, and they all got up and went out. There were no stars or moon in the sky, and the world was terrifyingly dark. It was deathly silent, and only the oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. The disciples wanted to find the source of this oppressive aura, but they couldn't find it. Many disciples' spiritual perception seemed to be obstructed at this moment, and they were like headless flies flying around randomly. The terrifying heavenly might lasted for an entire night. When the sky was about to brighten, this oppressive aura finally dissipated. The disciples let out a sigh of relief, and they all returned to their rooms. 3 days later, the door that had been closed for nearly half a month finally opened. Zichen, dressed in black, walked out. His eyes were like Xing-Qian's, shining with a silver light, extremely bright. As he walked, his body emitted an indescribable pressure. This pressure was like the heavenly might. Faint silver light emitted from his body, and tiny electric snakes constantly swam around his body. With one step, the silver light in Zichen's eyes retracted. With 2 steps, the pressure around him dissipated. By the 3rd step, Zichen was already able to adapt to this transformation. The silver light around him disappeared, and everything returned to silence. Zichen stood outside the room, quietly feeling the changes in his body. In the distance, several disciples appeared one after another. When they saw Zichen dressed in black, their faces instantly changed. Their gazes landed on the black token on Zichen's waist, and their eyes were filled with envy. A few days ago, the news had spread that Zichen didn't need to take the assessment to become a core disciple, replacing Wusheng. Zichen opened his eyes, his expression indifferent. "Greetings, Senior Brother Zichen." "Good morning, Senior Brother Zichen." "Senior Brother Zichen, you're up so early. You're really hard-working." A group of disciples came up to greet him, wearing the kindest and most humble smile on their faces. Zichen smiled, nodding his head in response. This was human nature. In the past, when they saw Zichen, they all snorted coldly and ridiculed him. When they were taken away by the punishment hall, they had heard many unfavorable words. But today, each and every one of them greeted him with a smile. There were many people who came to greet him. Zichen had many more junior brothers today, and many more were on their way here. "Zichen, you're finally out." Miao Kong walked over from afar, his face full of joy. "Congratulations, you've actually entered the inner sect." Zichen punched Miao Kong and laughed. "Even you are making fun of me? You're a celebrity now, successfully entering the core and becoming a core disciple, so you can use the resources as you wish. Now, the whole sect is talking about you, saying that you're another Qinfeng." Miao Kong joked. "Bah, don't compare me with trash like Qinfeng." The two chatted as they walked, and soon disappeared into the crowd. By the way, Su Mingyao has been looking for you a few times. It seems like there's something urgent. Has she recovered from her injuries? Zichen asked. She recovered a long time ago. Miao Kong sighed. I didn't expect Su Mingyao's identity to be so special. She's the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Kid, you're really admirable. One Lin Shui and one Su Mingyao. How did they both take a fancy to you? Kid, I think your looks are ordinary. The ordinary Miao Kong stared at the handsome Zichen. Don't talk nonsense. Su Mingyao is a genius with a noble status. How can she take a fancy to me? When Zichen saw Su Mingyao, the latter was with Lin Shui. Her injuries had already recovered, but after not seeing them for half a month, Zichen looked at the two and felt that there was something more to them. Chapter 80. Great Elder, why are you looking for me? I don't know. He said you should go find him. Su Mingyao shook her head. Zichen nodded and asked with concern, have you recovered from your injuries? Long ago. Lin Shui smiled, showing two cute little dimples, like a blooming jade lotus, beautiful and refined. You should go now. Su Mingyao also smiled. Seeing each other again, they were less distant and got along better. It was not like before, when there was always an inexplicable gap between them due to the difference in status and strength. Where should I find him? Su Mingyao shook her head and said, I don't know. Grandpa said you can find him. On the same hill, in the same lake, an old man with a wine gourd was drinking and fishing. Zichen walked over quietly, afraid to disturb him. You are here, Great Elder said without turning his head. Zichen greets Great Elder. Zichen bowed respectfully. That's enough. Put away your tricks. The Grand Elder waved his hand. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Fish swam around the hook in the water, surrounded by green grass and trees. Hundreds of flowers were blooming, and the fragrance was overwhelming. It was like a paradise. Zichen walked up and sat next to Great Elder. Haha, it took the bait. Great Elder suddenly laughed, shook the fishing rod, and a big fish finally took the bait. Come, let's eat it. It's very fresh. After unhooking the fish from the hook, the Grand Supreme Elder gestured for Zichen to help. This was a big fish over 2 pounds. Zichen skillfully cut open the belly and removed the scales. After a while, the bonfire was lit and the aroma of the fish filled their nostrils. Great Elder, Mingyao said you were looking for me for something urgent? They had been here for 2 hours, and the two had talked nonsense. Now that the grilled fish was finished, the old man still did not get down to business. What do you think of Mingyao? The old man suddenly looked at Zichen and asked instead of answering, What do you mean? Zichen was dazed and did not understand. What do you think of her? Very good. Zichen said, She's beautiful, kind, and upright. She's also very talented. She's simply a perfect goddess without any flaws. She accidentally descended into the mortal world. Zichen thought highly of Su Mingyao. Sigh. The Grand Elder suddenly sighed and said, But she is a person with a hard life. She lost her parents when she was young and was brought up by me, this old man. She has never enjoyed the love of her parents. She seems to be carefree, but in fact, she is not happy at all. The old man was Su Mingyao's grandfather. Su Mingyao's parents were his son and daughter-in-law. It was like a white-haired man sending off his own child. His tone was bleak at this moment. Zichen didn't say anything and just listened quietly. The Grand Elder rambled on for a long time. In the end, he sighed and said, Sigh, I'm really old. I've been reminiscing about the past recently. The reason why I called you here is to ask you for a favor, the old man said solemnly. Ask me for a favor? Zichen was stunned, his face full of doubt. I'm just a little true Qi realm cultivator. What can I do for you? I can see that Yao is very good to you. She had already guessed that the Grand Elder wanted to deal with you. For you, she directly came to me, which is why I was able to save you in time. You have to know, this is the first time she has asked me for a favor since she was young. The Grand Elder sighed. So I want to ask you to take good care of Yao in the future. Don't let her get hurt. This. Zichen was stunned. He wasn't a fool. From the Grand Elder's tone, he heard another meaning. Zichen thought about it and felt a little scared. Asking him to take care of her. The Grand Elder's tone was asking him to take care of her. You're not willing? No. Zichen shook his head and said, it's just that I'm just a true Qi realm cultivator. I don't have the strength to let her be carefree. Any random innate rancor can kill me. But Grand Elder, you're strong. You're the #1 person in the Nimbus martial ancestor. With you around, who would dare to harm Mingyao? As he spoke, Zichen looked at the old man cautiously. Don't underestimate yourself. The Nimbus martial ancestor has been established for so many years. You're the only person I can't see through. So you're not a mediocre person. You're a rare genius. In just a year, you were able to break through several realms. Facts have proven that you're not a mediocre person, but a genius. And your character is very good. Although sometimes you're indecisive and soft-hearted, you never hesitate in the face of major issues. I've been observing you. I know your character very well, so I definitely didn't make a mistake in choosing you. Of course, this is only one point. The most important point is that Yao has a good impression of you. You're the one she likes. That's enough. The Grand Elder said. But Zichun hesitated. He didn't know how to answer. You're worried about Schwerer, right? Don't worry, she'll agree. The Grand Elder smiled mysteriously. You don't have to answer me immediately. Go back and think about it. There's no rush. Zichen nodded and prepared to leave. Wait, the Grand Elder suddenly said. I saw that you've comprehended Thunderbolt Finger. This is something I obtained by accident. It might be useful to you, but it's incomplete. I don't know if you have the fortune to learn it. The old man took out a crumpled book from his chest. The book was very old. There were traces of insects on it, proving that it had been there for a long time. The paper seemed like it could fall apart at any time. As the old man passed it over, one of the pages had already fallen and was caught by Zichun. Because of the force, one of the pages instantly turned to dust. This was a piece of junk that was completely useless. Zichun even doubted whether it was even worth looking at. But even so, the old man seemed very serious. When he handed it over, Zichun even saw tears in the old man's eyes. It was as if this piece of junk had brought back endless memories from his past. Zichun didn't dare to be negligent. He carefully received it. Under the influence of the insects, he could barely read the words on it. 9 thunderbolts. This was a relatively ancient handwriting. Zichun was lucky enough to study it. Being able to recognize it among so many insects could be considered a kind of fate. This is a kind of extreme speed movement technique. Legend has it that when used to the extreme, one would be able to move as fast as the heavens and earth. But no one has ever learned it, and now it's even more incomplete. I'll let you try your luck. The old man was trembling. At this moment, his emotions were very unstable. His eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Okay, thank you, Elder, Zichen said gratefully as he carefully put away the ancient book and respectfully bowed to the old man. Go. The old man waved his hand, and Zichen left. Beside the clear lake, an old man held a wine gourd and drank alone. His thoughts were running wild. It was as if he had returned to more than 10 years ago. For a few useless things, he risked his life. He didn't hesitate to offend the martial ancestors' people. After an earth-shattering battle, he lost his son, his daughter-in-law, and his brothers. But in exchange, he gained a pile of useless trash. He regretted it. He was ruthless. He felt guilty for dozens of years. Zichun returned to the sect. As a core disciple, he naturally wouldn't live in the inner sect's residence. When he passed by the outer sect, he saw Wu Sheng. The second elder who protected him was locked up in the disciplinary hall. He suffered a great blow and was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the inner sect disciples added insult to injury. In the past, he was a core disciple. Everyone who saw him had to call him senior brother. Everyone saw him as a mountain and worshipped him endlessly. They expressed all their respect and humility to him. But today, he fell from the mountain. Those who admired him, those who complimented him, and those who showed the most humble smile to him. Today, they would say the most vicious and sarcastic words 100 times more. This was human nature. When Zichen arrived, the disciples who were mocking him nodded and greeted him with a respectful and humble smile. Hello, senior brother Zichen. Don't call me senior brother. Maybe one day, I'll be like him. Zichen's expression was calm. He glanced at Wu Shang and then left. Humph, it's all your fault. Senior brother Zichen is dissatisfied with us. It's you, a guy with no talent, who stole senior brother Zichen's spot. The crowd did not dare to vent their anger on Zichen. Instead, they shifted their anger onto Wu Shang. It was a pity that the high-spirited and talented young man from a year ago could not take the blow and completely collapsed. However, as long as Second Elder didn't completely collapse, he would endure. He would make these people and Zichen pay back the humiliation he had suffered today 1,000 times over. As long as the sect leader returns, everything will turn for the better. This was the only belief Wu Shang had in his heart. Under the guidance of a servant, Zichen arrived at his room. It was a 2-story attic with complete facilities. In addition to various kinds of furniture, there were some jade objects in the room. The room was warm and cozy, and even the spiritual qi was a lot richer. The servant who served Zichen brought a menu. Many dishes were made with elixirs. There was also a list of battle skills and elixirs for Zichen to choose from. Everything was free, but there were restrictions, in case the core disciples would bite off more than they could chew. On the last page, Zichen even saw the Xiantian pill that Su Yin and the others dreamed of. The treatment of a core disciple is indeed different. Zichen sighed in his heart, but did not choose anything. In the path of cultivation, the best way was to balance between tension and relaxation. Previously, Zichen had been cultivating with all his might, and his strength had broken through time and time again. Now was the time to relax. If a string was stretched too tight for too long, it would break. After ordering 2 dishes and eating, Zichen took out the 9 passing thunderbolts and studied it. The ancient characters were difficult to understand, and some parts had been eaten by insects. Zichen could only rely on guessing to recognize them. On the first day, Zichen did not learn anything. In total, he recognized less than 100 ancient characters. For the 9 passing thunderbolts, which had thousands of characters, this was a far cry. For the rest of the time, Zichen studied the 9 passing thunderbolts while searching through ancient books to identify the handwriting. Adding in his own guesses, he slowly restored the real 9 passing thunderbolts, which was known as the fastest footwork in the world. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and Zichen only recognized 1,000 characters. In the lightning space, the lightning youth did not appear for a long time. Clearly, he had not fully comprehended this movement technique. On the 8th day, the people from the Battle Martial sect came to discuss when they should pay out the money they had lost. The Great Elder was not here, so the one who could manage things here was the 3rd Elder. However, he could not make the decision, so he could only delay it. Chapter 81. After that, Zichen became a frequent visitor to the place where the ancient books were placed. While he was deciphering the ancient characters, he also read many ancient books. Although there were no cultivation methods in them, there were many introductions, such as the environment, spirit herbs, strange beasts, and others. Zichen even saw a record about the origin array. After a few more days, Zichen finally managed to decipher all the words that he could understand and memorize them deeply in his mind. It was also on this day that the ancient book finally flew back after being worn down again and again, completely disappearing. After more than 10 days, Zichen recognized the ancient characters during the day and calmly cultivated at night to stabilize his realm. The previously unstable 10th level true qi was also completely stabilized during the 10 days of meditation. Moreover, in these 10 days, Zichen refined a lot of true qi dawn. Zichen's schedule was very full, but there was a limit to it. During the day, he studied the 9 lightning deaths, and at night, he cultivated the heavenly thunder body tempering art. As a core disciple, he could use a lot of true qi dawn, and his cultivation was also slowly increasing. However, if he wanted to break through to the Xiantian realm, it would probably take a long time. The 9 lightning deaths had thousands of characters. They were difficult to understand and were all ancient characters. After Zichen memorized them, he would also flip through some ancient books to understand the meaning. 1 day, 2 days, several days passed. Someone from the Jean Martial ancestor came again, asking when he would return the gambling money. He also said that the Xin martial ancestor was urging him. The third elder was not in charge and was somewhat anxious. At this moment, the Grand Elder appeared. Tell them to wait a little longer. Something has happened to our Nimbus martial ancestor, and it needs to be dealt with. At the same time, tell them that we are willing to take out 2 true chi skills as compensation. The Grand Elder finished speaking and left. After a full half-month, Zichen still had not reached the entry level of the 9 lightning deaths. He was somewhat depressed. In addition, he sensed the lightning space every day, but he did not see any trace of the lightning youth. Zichen was a little anxious. He had wasted so much time here. He was unwilling to give up and continued to comprehend the meaning of the 9 passing thunderbolts. Several more days passed. While Zichen was comprehending, the space of thunder and lightning that had been calm for a long time began to surge once more. It was like a giant black hole had appeared, and all the thunder and lightning energy gathered in one place. What's this? Zichen's eyes lit up. He had seen this scene many times before. After the thunder and lightning surged, a lightning youth would appear. Zichen had never realized that he had such high expectations for this lightning youth. As the lightning dissipated, a young man made of lightning appeared in front of them. He had the same appearance as Zichen, but his body was formed by millions of lightning bolts, like an illusion. When he appeared, his entire body was filled with a mysterious aura. The lightning young man appeared and shot a cold glance at Zichen. Then, rays of silver light flashed, and he turned into a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning was silver-white and dazzling. It was so dazzling that Zichen couldn't open his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it flashed and disappeared. The 9 passing thunderbolts had already shown the first passing. Like a flash of lightning, it moved with extreme speed. In an instant, it was already far away. Zichen sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending the concept of the lightning young man. The young man turned into a bolt of lightning. When he took a step, it was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. With a single step, he was hundreds of meters away. His speed was so fast that it was like real lightning. Zichen calmed his heart and comprehended, trying hard to recall the scene of the young man. The 9 passing thunderbolts. The young man had only comprehended the essence of the true meaning of passing. Although it was only a single step, the speed was incomparably fast, far surpassing his ethereal steps. Once he comprehended the essence of the true meaning of passing, Zichen guessed that even a Sciention realm existence would be left far behind. With only a single step, the young man practiced dozens of times. Then, he took another step. The young man's body dissipated, turning into a bolt of lightning and dissipating from the space of thunder and lightning. This time, he truly dissipated. What's going on? Zichen, who was comprehending, opened his confused eyes. In the past, as long as he was not attacked by the lightning young man, as long as he did not leave, the young man would always appear, tirelessly practicing combat skills for him. He would never disappear for no reason. But today, everything was beyond his expectations. In the space of thunder and lightning, the lightning young man was no longer there. It was useless to continue staying here. Zichen could only withdraw his thoughts. When Zichen opened his eyes, he felt a sense of hunger. It was as if he had not eaten for 10 days or half a month. Moreover, this feeling of hunger was not in his stomach, but in his heart. It was as if there was a hungry life there. Could it be that the lightning young man consumed too much? Zichen frowned and immediately swallowed the entire bottle of True Qi Dan. His heart trembled, sending out a huge suction force, directly swallowing the energy of the entire bottle of True Qi Dan. Zichen's feeling of hunger gradually disappeared. This is too scary. I'm just practicing footwork. Don't tell me that every time I have to consume a bottle of True Qi Dan? Regarding this huge consumption, Zichen was somewhat speechless. Recently, he had been swallowing bottle after bottle of True Qi Dan. Even if he was a core disciple, he could use them at will. However, this still attracted a lot of attention. There were also elders who asked Zichen if he could use up so many True Qi Dan. Moreover, they clearly told Zichen that True Qi Dan could not be used for trade. Zichen forced a smile and could only nod. He told the other side that he really did use them. Moreover, in front of the other side, he ate a bottle of true Qi Dan as if he was eating jelly beans. After there was no reaction, the other side believed him and increased the amount of true Qi Dan for Zichun. With today's matter, Zichun needed even more true Qi Dan. Since then, Zichun's meals had become true Qi Dan. Every day, he would eat these things as if they were his meals. In the space of thunder and lightning, the lightning young man repeatedly practiced the first step of 9 lightning fleeting. Zichun sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending. Pung! After dozens of practice, the lightning young man had consumed too much true Qi Dan and once again disappeared. This thing is really not ordinary. If I can master this step technique, who can stop me? Zichun opened his eyes and withdrew from the space of thunder and lightning. These days, he would enter the space of thunder and lightning at least 3 times a day. Then, he would carefully comprehend the 9 lightning fleeting. After he went out, he would still meditate and comprehend. Half a month passed by very quickly. Zichun had entered a deep state of enlightenment dozens of times. To others, this was an opportunity to gain enlightenment, but to Zichun, it was like eating a meal or drinking a cup of water. It was too ordinary. Finally, after nearly 100 times of comprehension, he finally entered the entry level of 9 lightning fleeting. In the space of thunder and lightning, Zichun stepped out. His figure turned into lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was very fast. With only a flash of silver light, he was already hundreds of meters away. Finally, I entered the entry level. Zichun sighed, and then smiled bitterly. I consumed nearly 100 bottles of Zhen Qi Dan, and nearly 100 deep-level comprehensions, and only then did I enter the entry level. If I let others practice it, I am afraid they would not be able to enter the entry level in their lifetime. This 9 lightning fleeting is really difficult to practice. Fortunately, I have become a core disciple and have the care of the Taishang elder. I can use an endless supply of Zhen Qi Dan, otherwise, it would be useless. After sighing, Zichun was very happy. This breakthrough, he needed to show off. His thoughts emerged from the space of thunder and lightning. Zichun was in his small room. In an instant, the room was filled with silver light. It was as if there was a lightning bolt running around in the room. Because the speed was too fast and the room was too small, it brought about gusts of wind. Then, there was a burst of crackling sounds. Almost half of the jade decorations in the room were broken. Zichun stopped, his eyes full of joy. This 9 lightning fleeting is really terrifying. I have only entered the entry level, but my speed is already so fast. Ordinary Xiantian footwork cannot catch up with me. Zichun was very excited. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. In the future, I will need to prepare some Qi returning pills. In just a moment, half of my Zhen Qi has been consumed. Fast speed, high consumption. Zichun had already expected this. Moreover, this consumption was also within the scope of Zichun's control. Now, he had nothing but a lot of Zhen Qi Dan. Just as he walked out of the room, Zichun saw the Taishang elder. The latter was standing outside the door, looking at him with a smile. Elder. Zichun respectfully saluted. Just now, I heard a crackling sound in your room. Did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? The Taishang elder asked, his eyes filled with joy. Zichun nodded. He was very excited. After almost 2 months of cultivation, I have finally entered the entry level of the 9 lightning fleeting. The Taishang elder's mouth twitched and his beard trembled. He had used it for more than 10 years and still hadn't entered the entry level. Zichun had only entered the entry level for 2 months, but he said it was finally, as if it had been a long time. However, the Taishang elder didn't care. Zichun was a special person, and it was normal for him to be special. Although he felt uncomfortable that he had finally used it, it didn't stop him from looking forward to Zichun's progress. Is that so? Show it to me. The Taishang elder couldn't wait any longer. He took a step forward and grabbed Zichun's clothes before he could react. In a flash, the Taishang elder dashed out of the nimbus martial ancestor. Zichun could only hear the whistling of the wind in his ears. He couldn't feel anything else. Under the extreme speed, he couldn't even open his eyes, so he couldn't see his surroundings at all. The excitement from breaking through the 9 lightning fleeting was instantly quelled. There was always someone better than him. His speed was nothing compared to the Taishang elders at this moment. When the Taishang elder put down Zichun, he realized that he was already tens of miles away from the sect and in an open space. Zichun was shocked. In just a few breaths, he had already traveled tens of miles. Come, let me see your 9 lightning fleeting, the Taishang elder said expectantly. I think it's better not to. Elder, your speed is much faster than mine. My speed isn't enough. Zichun said dejectedly. Hey, you little brat, how can you compare to me? I'm already so old, and I've been cultivating for so many years. You're still so young. You still have a long way to go. The Taishang elder scolded jokingly. Zichun came to his senses, and a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Then, he executed the 9 lightning fleeting in front of the Taishang elder. Whoosh! Like a bolt of lightning, Zichun's body was surrounded by a boundless silver light. With a single step, he disappeared from his original spot. He was like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zichun continuously moved through the forest. His speed was simply too fast. From a distance, it looked like a bolt of lightning with a long tail flashing through the forest. The 9 lightning fleeting, is truly extraordinary. It's not an exaggeration to call it the fastest under the heavens. I can't believe a mere stage 10 true energy can achieve such speed. The Taishang elder's eyes shone. He was very satisfied with the speed of the 9 lightning fleeting. Chapter 82. Not bad. The old man's eyes were full of admiration. Although the consumption is great, this speed is absolutely unparalleled. It seems that you will need to prepare more qi returning pills in the future. The old man's eyes were like torches. He could see that Zichun had used up all his zhen qi. Hearing the old man's evaluation, Zichun's eyes lit up and asked, Elder, how is my speed compared to a Xiantian master? The old man smiled and said with certainty, comparable to a peak Xiantian master's speed. What? Peak Xiantian master? Zichun was shocked, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. The 9 lightning fleeting was just a beginner, and it was only the lightning fleeting, but it already had such speed. If he comprehended the essence of the true meaning, wouldn't his speed be comparable to a true energy boundary martial artist? As if guessing Zichun's thoughts, the old man said, This 9 lightning fleeting is extraordinary. If you comprehend the true meaning of fleeting, your speed will definitely be comparable to a true energy boundary martial artist. Yeah. Zichun clenched his fists. This would be a great advantage for him. Zichun said from the bottom of his heart respectfully, Thank you, Elder, for your help. Haha, this thing in my hands is just a waste. It has been eaten by worms, but in your hands it shines. This is all thanks to you. It has nothing to do with an old man like me. The old man laughed. His face was red, like a blooming chrysanthemum, extremely brilliant. Your talent is excellent. If not for Yao Er's insistence, you would have been my disciple. But it doesn't matter. Even if you are not my disciple, I will treat you as my grandson. The old man looked at Zichun like a senior looking at a junior. His eyes were full of love, and he said, This breakthrough can be said to be a great blessing. Come, Grandpa will give you a gift. As he spoke, the old man took out an ancient object from his bosom. However, this object was not eaten by worms. Its whole body was black, and there were many lines engraved on it. It looked like a scale armor, but also like a tortoise shell. It was oval in shape and polished very smooth, making it impossible to identify what it was. The black armor was incomparably black, shining brightly. Complex lines covered the whole body. Naturally, it was not an ordinary object. Elder, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Naturally, this item was not ordinary. Zichun refused again and again. This is a defensive origin formation. It can save your life at a critical moment. It's not some high-grade item. Just consider it a gift from Grandpa to you. As for you, in the future, you can be like Yaoer and call me Grandpa. The old man smiled. Zichun was still hesitating because this thing was too precious. Take it. It's best if you keep it close to your body or hang it around your neck. Remember, you're not allowed to call me Elder anymore. The old man forced the black armor into Zichun's hands. Thank you, Grandpa. Zichun put away the black armor, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The old man's eyes were filled with affection. He seemed to be very satisfied with this grandson of his. After witnessing his speed, the two of them turned back. Zichun, the growth of a genius will never be smooth sailing. It requires constant tempering and growth. If you grow up smoothly, you will never become a true genius. The great elder said on the way back, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" After calling him that a few times, Zichun was used to calling him that. "What I mean is that you can go out and gain experience. The Tianwu continent is very vast and very exciting. The Nimbus martial ancestor is too small to give you more opportunities. Go out and gain experience now?" Zichun asked. "No, in the next few days, I'll arrange for you to go to the Xian martial ancestor and give the things that the great elder lost to them. Afterwards, you can go out and gain experience for a period of time. When you're ready to break through to the Xiantian realm, you can come back. The sect doesn't have many other resources, but we can still give you Xiantian pills." The great elder said, "That's good." Zichun nodded. After returning, Zichun had just returned to his room when the great elder went to arrange everything. Early the next morning, the great elder came to Zichun's door and indicated that Zichun could leave. So soon? Zichun was surprised. He couldn't believe that he had to leave today. "Yes, it has been delayed for a long time. Otherwise, people would say that the people of the Xian martial ancestor are not trustworthy." The great elder laughed. "But Grandpa, this is too soon. I haven't even said goodbye to Shui and the others." Zichun said, "It's not like you won't see them in the future. You should quickly settle this matter. At such a young age, the most important thing is to increase your strength. I really don't know what you're thinking all day." The old man nodded lovingly at Zichun's head. Zichun's face instantly turned red. He could only obediently leave. "There are two elders waiting for you outside. This time, the three of you will go. This bag is for you. It contains the elixirs you need. Be careful when you go out and experience the world. Be merciful when you need to be. Be decisive when you need to be." After nagging for a long time, the great elder finally finished. He patted Zichun's head and said, "Go, be careful." Zichun respectfully bowed to the old man. "Grandpa, I'm leaving." Zichun didn't walk quickly. He hoped to see the people he wanted to see before he left. Lin Shui, Miao Kong, and Su Mingyao. Zichun didn't know why he also wanted to see Su Mingyao. But when he walked out of the mountain gate, he didn't see the people he was waiting for. "Sai, let's talk about it later. It's not like we won't see each other again." Zichun, you're still young. Increasing your strength is the most important thing. How can you talk about love first?" Zichun whispered. As soon as he walked out of the mountain gate, he saw the two elders waiting for him. Zichun's pupil shrank instantly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Seeing the two of them, Zichun thought that he had made a mistake and that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, after rubbing his eyes, the two of them were still the same person. There were no other elders around. Moreover, when the two of them saw Zichun, they walked over with smiles on their faces. "Zichun, long time no see. This time, we're escorting you to Martial Ancestor Xian. You have to cooperate with us along the way." One of the elders in red smiled. His eyes were sharp. Even when he smiled, it gave people a cold feeling. Looking at the two elders, Zichun said in disbelief, "What's going on? Weren't you guys in the punishment hall? Why are you here? Has the sect leader returned?" "No. It's just that the great elder forgave us because of our great contributions to the Nimbus martial ancestor. We only made a small mistake this time, so he asked us to escort you to the martial ancestor Xian to atone for our mistakes." The other elder was a middle-aged man. He had a faint smile on his face and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. The great elder also said that during the time you're out training, we'll follow you and protect your safety." Zichun's heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't understand why Luo Bin and the second elder had to escort him. One had to know that these two people had a grudge against him. This escort was more like two wolves escorting a sheep. "Grandpa wants to harm me? That's impossible." Zichun immediately dispelled this idea. At this moment, footsteps sounded in the distance. Zichen turned his head and saw two people he didn't want to see. Luo Min, Wu Sheng. These two were both demoted, but they felt sorry for each other. They walked side by side, almost holding hands. Second uncle, you're out? When I heard the news, I couldn't believe it. Seeing Robin, Luo Min was very excited. His backer had returned. Grandpa. Wu Sheng's eyes were also red. Recently, he had almost collapsed. He had to face all kinds of gossip every day. Grandpa, second uncle, what are you guys doing? The scene of family meeting was very touching. Zichen didn't say a word, nor did he rush them. After a while, the two asked at the same time. The two elders had a strange smile on their faces at the same time. They looked at Zichen and said, escort Zichen to the martial ancestor Xian, then protect him while he's training outside. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. A mere true Qi realm is not enough to protect himself. After hearing this, Luo Min and Wu Sheng smiled. They looked at Zichen with cold eyes and said, Zichen, I'll wait for you to come back. You must stay alive, okay? Haha, Zichen, when you're outside, staying alive is more important. Luo Min also laughed. All right, it's time for us to leave, said Zichen with a gloomy face. Yes, it's time to go. You guys go back. We'll be back soon. The two elders emphasized the word soon. Wu Sheng and Luo Min were laughing. They knew that their backer would be back soon. As for Zichen, it was hard to say. Maybe he would never come back. The three of them went down the mountain. Within the range of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the two elders were very polite to Zichen. They talked and laughed as if they were very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. Zichen, you have to be careful. The road ahead is not easy. Yes, there are berserk beasts ahead. Although the two pretended to talk nonsense, at least they had smiles on their faces. However, when they left the range of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the smiles on their faces immediately disappeared and they became very arrogant. Here, take the things we're escorting this time. Luo Bin threw a bag to Zichen. Inside it was the bet from last time. A true Yuan battle skill book, a true Yuan Dan. In addition, because they had delayed for time, they also gave the Xian martial ancestor a true Yuan battle skill book. These were all good things. The two naturally coveted them, but they definitely did not dare to take them for themselves. Trash, can't you walk a little faster? Idiot, you walk so slowly. From now on, you'll lead the way. The further they walked, the more vicious their attitudes became. However, they did not attack. I can't find it. I don't know the way. Zichen was silent until the two asked him to lead the way. Trash like you. What qualifications do you have to be escorted by us? The two cursed, but they still obediently led the way. Other than their vicious words, they did not do anything else. Along the way, the two's meals were all given to Zichen. As long as you're not afraid that I'll poison you, Zichen coldly replied. This was the second sentence he said after leaving the Nimbus martial ancestor. Then, he started a fire and began to roast the meat. The Nimbus martial ancestor was very far from the Xian martial ancestor. It was more than 1,000 miles away. If the three of them used their qi, it would naturally be very fast. However, it seemed that the two elders deliberately chose to walk slowly. They were not in a hurry at all. Therefore, after walking for a few days, they were only halfway there. You trash. The second elder was still cursing. In this period of time, the word trash was constantly on his lips. However, at this moment, a shrill cry pierced through the sky and interrupted the second elder's cursing. Chapter 83. The sky suddenly darkened and a hurricane appeared out of nowhere. The trees below swayed as a huge shadow fell from the sky. The bird's cry was extremely ear-piercing, causing the three of them to feel pain in their ears. Following that, the sound of wings flapping rang out as a huge creature appeared above their heads. That's a Pong. The second elder raised his head and let out a startled cry when he saw the huge creature. This was a huge bird. Its entire body was covered in black feathers that were as black as ink. Under the sunlight, it emitted a cold feeling. Its beak was like an eagle's beak, sharp and pointy. Its two sharp claws emitted a cold light. Two wings that were more than 20 meters long covered the sky and the sun. They flapped continuously, stirring up gusts of wind as they flew over the heads of the three. Heavens, it really is a pong. How could a pong appear here? Robin was also incomparably shocked. Zichen instantly recalled everything he knew about the pong. The pong was an extremely rare spirit beast. It possessed very high intelligence and could be tamed. It was said that it possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged great pong. Occasionally, a pong king would appear with a golden crown on its head. It was said that it could travel thousands of miles in a single day. Powerful cultivators would subdue a pong as a mount. The pong was a hot commodity in the Martial Heaven continent. It was said that in the outside world, there were people who specialized in selling them. The rock's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown past them. Zichen subconsciously looked towards the back of the rock. In the distance, he could see a silhouette standing on the back of the rock. That silhouette was arrogantly standing on the back of the rock. There really is someone here. Zichen's heart shook. This Peng's aura was definitely not weaker than the Xiantian realm. In other words, it already had the power of a Xiantian demonic beast. To subdue such a Pong, one would have to be at least at the true energy realm. That person is at least at the true energy realm, but I don't know where he's going. That direction seems to be our Nimbus martial ancestor, whispered the second elder, his eyes filled with envy. That's right. If I had a rock like that, it would be wonderful, Robin said in an unrealistic manner. Zichen curled his lips and didn't say anything. With their strength, they wouldn't even be able to make the rock submit. Even if they had enough primordial stones to buy it, they still wouldn't have the strength to tame it. Ong! Right at this moment, another bird cry rang out, followed by a series of rising and falling sounds. There were at least 3 or 4 rocks crying out, and waves of sound appeared in the air, stimulating the eardrums to produce bursts of buzzing. The sky darkened once again as the 4 rocks flew over their heads, covering the sky and covering the sun like black clouds. This time, other than the violent wind that caused the trees below to sway, there was also an austere killing intent that surged out from the rocks. The dense killing intent was almost tangible, causing the 3 of them to involuntarily tremble. What a strong killing intent! Who is it trying to kill? Zichen's heart trembled. Looking from afar, he saw at least 10 people on the backs of the 4 rocks, flying into the distance. What a big show! 5 rocks. What a strong killing intent. I wonder who's the unlucky one to have provoked this group of people. The second elder and Robin were also amazed. Zichen furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Let's go. What are you looking at? Is that something a piece of trash like you can dream of? Seeing that Zichen still hadn't left, Robin loudly mocked. Zichen was awakened from his thoughts by these words and followed the 2 of them. At this moment, the 2 elders were discussing the rock from before. Within hundreds of thousands of miles, there are only a handful of forces that are qualified to dispatch 5 rocks. Apart from Tsangli City, there is only one other force, the Martial Ancestor. I'm guessing that the other party must be the Martial Ancestor's people. The Martial Ancestor dominates the area within hundreds of thousands of miles. In this area, it's a giant existence. To be able to make them dispatch 5 rocks and a large number of experts, it must be an extraordinary expert. But I don't know which expert has provoked the Martial Ancestor, making them so cautious and dispatch so many people. Didn't our sect leader go to the Martial Ancestor? It's been a few years and he hasn't returned. Is he planning to stay in the Martial Ancestor and not come back? The 2 elders were talking and laughing, their faces full of envy. Zichen was at the back. He frowned and fell into deep thought, listening intermittently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if there was a flash of lightning, instantly becoming clear. Not good. They might be going to the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. Zichen's shouting caused dissatisfaction. The second elder ridiculed. What is a piece of trash like you know? The Nimbus Martial Ancestor is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Ancestor. To be honest, they are the subordinates of the Martial Ancestor. Why would they go to the Martial Ancestor with such murderous intent? Robin also rolled his eyes. The Nimbus Martial Ancestor had a close relationship with the Martial Ancestor and could be considered as the same sect. He simply did not believe that the people of the martial ancestor would go against the Nimbus martial ancestor. No, they are definitely going to the Nimbus martial ancestor to deal with the Great Elder, Zichun exclaimed, recalling the tone of the Great Elder. Idiot, the martial ancestor had invited the Great Elder to join the martial ancestor many times, but he was rejected every time. Why would they want to kill him? Besides, the martial ancestor has many strong warriors. If they want to kill the Great Elder, they can just send a few strong warriors. Why would they send a Xiantian expert? The second elder ridiculed again. It's possible that they want to kill the Nimbus martial ancestor. Zichun felt that his mind was clear, and he could think of any problem. Have you become an idiot? Killing a sect? How can you think of such a ridiculous reason? Brat, you are talking nonsense. Do you have any ideas? The two looked at Zichun and sneered. No, I have to go back. Zichun was anxious. In the past, he had no feelings for the Nimbus martial ancestor. But during this period of time, the Nimbus martial ancestor had provided him with good food and medicine. Plus, he had friends in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Swoosh, swoosh, go back? In your dreams. The two of them glanced at each other. With a flash of their figures, they had already sandwiched Zichun between them. The second elder coldly said, Brat, you are quite smart, coming up with such an excuse. However, do you think the two of us are fools? If you go back now, I think you are afraid of death. It's too late to escape now. Robin also said coldly, You can go back with me. Zichun's voice had already turned cold. The people on the rock were strong and had many strong warriors. If they really wanted to kill the Nimbus martial ancestor, Xuelin and the others would have no way to survive. Go back with you? You must be dreaming. Robin sneered. Trash, you have two choices now. One is to continue walking, and the other is to stay here forever. The innate realm aura surged, and the second elder's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That's right, choose one. Robin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but I didn't expect you to play tricks. This is good. I can easily kill you here, and we will go to the Black Martial Ancestor ourselves. I won't let you die so easily. I will break all the bones in your body and let you die in pain. That's right. I will use your head as a chamber pot and fill it with filth every day. The two were filled with murderous intent, and their auras locked onto Zichun. There was no room for negotiation. Zichun's expression was extremely gloomy. He said angrily, Enough, if I am trash, then what is your nephew? Trash? After enduring for so long, Zichun was anxious. He had to rush back to the sect. Brat, you are courting death. The second elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. He pointed at Zichun, and a sharp sword chi was aimed at Zichun's forehead. Go to hell, you trash. Let's see who will save you today. Robin also exerted his strength. The two had fought Zichun before, so they knew that they had to work together. Otherwise, they would not be able to kill each other in a short time. A bright fist chi was aimed at Zichun's back. Ha! Zichun shouted, and his body emitted a bright silver light. He looked like a silver-armored war god, and his eyes were cold. He punched forward, and the silver light surged, tearing the air apart. Zichun's punch produced an ear-piercing sound. Pung! The silver fist was filled with an imposing aura. It smashed towards the sword chi like a giant hammer. With a loud bang, the sword chi shattered and disappeared. Then, Zichun tapped his foot, and his body flashed to the side. Lightning appeared, and he dodged the punch from behind. Pung! The fist chi flew past and shattered a mountain rock. Endless smoke and dust filled the air, and an explosion sounded. What a powerful force! No wonder you were so arrogant. The second elder's face flashed with surprise. On the surface of his body, Xiantian Jin Chi surged, and he rushed towards Zichun. Take another punch. Robin did not want to be outdone. He flashed forward, and his Xiantian Jin Chi surged. Zichun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body flashed with a silver light. Occasionally, there would be lightning surrounding his body. He waved his silver fist and smashed towards the two. Pung! Pung! A series of explosions sounded in the forest. Zichen's chi was like a rainbow. His fist was powerful, and it shattered the fist chi and the sword chi. At this moment, his powerful body was fully displayed. You are obviously at the Zhen Qi realm. How can your body be so strong? The more the two fought, the more shocked they became. Zichen's strength was not at all strong. He was not even at the Xiantian level, but his body was terrifyingly strong. When the sword chi fell on his body, it only left a white mark. It could not break through his defense. Shwa. Boom. The sword chi and the fist chi appeared again and again, pressing down on Zichen. However, the one to receive the attack was Zichen's fist. On his fists, silver light flashed, and lightning snakes surrounded them. With one punch, the sword chi was shattered, and the fist chi dissipated. Pung! The second elder was accidentally hit by Zichen's fist. His body shook violently, and his internal organs were in turmoil. This is a monster. Let's not get close. The two retreated far away, and used their Xiantian energy to attack. Zichen calmly dealt with them, waving his fists, and one attack after another fell. The two's attacks did not cause any damage to him. Retreat quickly. This brat is too strange. The more the two fought, the more frightened they became. At this moment, they already had the intention to retreat. With your little strength, you still dare to threaten to kill me. You are simply courting death. Zichen had a certain understanding of his own strength. With his powerful Xiantian body, he could easily suppress Robin, who was at the early Xiantian level. Anxious for Schwellin and the others, Zichen did not waste time talking nonsense. His feet flashed, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared. His body turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed towards the second elder. Go to hell. The second elder's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, a shiny dagger appeared in his hand. With a terrifying power, he rushed towards Zichen. I don't believe that you can block the attack of a Xiantian weapon. The second elder smiled malevolently, and the dagger pierced towards Zichen's heart. Pung! Chapter 84. Kacha. The silver fist was full of vigor and power. When the fist landed on the dagger, a kacha sound was heard. The dagger was broken into pieces. Zichen had smashed a Xiantian weapon with a single punch. The second elder was shocked. With a flash of light under his feet, he used his Xiantian footwork and retreated. You won't be able to escape. Zichen turned into lightning again and appeared behind the second elder in a flash. His silver fist landed on the second elder again. Bang! With a dull sound, the second elder's protective Zhen Qi shattered instantly. At the same time, a strong force sent him flying. A line of blood streaked across the air. The second elder was almost dead from Zichen's solid punch. You're a monster. Robin's expression changed drastically. The second elder was injured in a single exchange. He let out a strange cry and chose to escape. However, in terms of speed, he was no match for Zichen. Zichen dodged and waved his fist. Robin was also sent flying. Kacha! The clear sound of bones breaking was heard in the forest. The sound was louder than the one before. Shrill screams were heard again and again. Mercy, Zichen. I was wrong. I was possessed. We were sent by the Supreme Elder to protect you. You can't kill us. Both of their bones were broken and they begged for mercy. How could a Xiantian realm cultivator step on a Zhen Qi realm cultivator? No one would believe it even if they told others. You've harmed me time and time again. I can't let you go today. I can give you a quick death. Zichen stepped down again and broke the second elder's thigh bone. Didn't you want to break all my bones? I'll fulfill your wish. A ray of silver light rushed into the second elder's body. His bones were all broken, and the sound of frying beans could be heard. The second elder screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Didn't you want to use my head as a chamber pot? I'll fulfill your wish today. Zichen sent Robin flying with a kick. Next, he jabbed out with a finger and a bolt of lightning appeared to blow up Robin's body, leaving behind only his blackened head. Now, I'll send you on your way. A strand of primary energy entered second elder's body, causing his life force to instantly disappear. 2 inborn experts had died in Zichen's hands just like that. Since the 2 of them were dead, They didn't have anything good on them. Ziqian carried his backpack and stepped on the 9 lightning strikes, flying towards the Nimbus martial ancestor. The Nimbus martial ancestor had been passed down for thousands of years, and there were many strong warriors. There were more than 100 Xiantian elders, and more than 10 true energy realm elders. Among them, the Grand Elder was the strongest, and was the #1 person in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the Nimbus martial ancestor was holding an examination. Many disciples were participating in the core disciple selection. On the battle stage, one figure after another was flying around, using all kinds of first-rate battle skills. They were having a great time fighting. Below the fighting ring, many disciples were cheering for their companions. The scene was very lively. Kill. Suddenly, a deafening battle cry came from the sky. The sound pierced through the clouds and landed in the Nimbus martial ancestor. Many disciples subconsciously covered their ears. Then, the sky darkened, as if dark clouds were rolling back, and a huge shadow appeared. Everyone looked up and saw 5 huge creatures in the sky. They were so dark that they blocked the sunlight. Those are rocks, tamed spiritual beasts. Oh my God, I can't believe I saw rocks. There are people on the rocks. Those are tamed rocks, and each of them is in the Xiantian realm. What a grand sight. There are actually 5 rocks. Who are they? The disciples below were in an uproar after seeing the rocks. They were discussing and exclaiming. Some of the elders had already sensed that something was amiss. They quickly appeared, but when they saw the 5 rocks in the sky and the strong warriors on their backs, their expressions changed. Kill. The battle cry sounded again, and it echoed in the Nimbus martial ancestor. The rocks flapped their wings, and the wind howled. The Nimbus martial ancestor has disobeyed the orders of the martial ancestor. Today, we are here to destroy the sect. A middle-aged man stood on the leading rocks. He had a cold expression, and his eyes were like torches. His lips were very thin, and his voice was extremely cold. As soon as he finished speaking, another battle cry was heard. Then, the rocks flapped their wings, and with a gust of wind, they swooped down. Kacha! The rock's sharp claws were as fast as lightning, and they scratched the body of a level 9 disciple. Then, the rock's sharp claws were like cold steel blades, and they cut the disciple open, causing blood to spurt out. The rock's sharp beak was like a divine weapon, and they directly pecked off the head of a disciple. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples were killed. The rocks swooped down, and they had already begun their massacre. The flapping of their wings was like a gust of wind, and many disciples were swept up into the sky and fell to their deaths. The battle had not yet begun, but the scene was already bloody. The 5 rocks kept on killing, and their eyes were cold, revealing a merciless intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the backs of the rocks, experts landed one after another, and their auras surged. They were all dressed in black, and their expressions were cold. Endless killing intent surged around them, and as they unsheathed their swords, cold light flashed, and Xiantian true qi wreaked havoc, and many more disciples died. These people were very strong, and the weakest was in the Xiantian realm. Killing mere true qi realm disciples was like playing around, as if they were cutting melons and grass. With a casual wave of their fingers, a stream of sword qi appeared and pierced through the bodies of several disciples. They were all in the Xiantian realm, and could be considered as elders in the Nimbus martial ancestor. But at this moment, they were attacking ordinary disciples. The scene was chaotic. Facing a one-sided battle, many disciples fled in fear. Sword qi danced in the air, and corpses were everywhere. This was simply a massacre. The future of the Nimbus martial ancestor was dying one by one, and their deaths were miserable. Blood flowed like a river. As for the outer disciples, they had already sensed that something was wrong and fled in panic. The 5 rocks spread their wings and flew high, and occasionally swooped down. Their sharp claws carried 2 disciples into the sky, and then their claws loosened, and the disciples screamed as they fell down. Killing the inner disciples did not seem to be satisfying enough. The rocks spread their wings and flew towards the group of outer disciples, and rushed towards them. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Many disciples were cut in half at the waist, and dismembered corpses and limbs were scattered all over the ground. The 5 rocks were in a killing frenzy, and no one could stop them. This was a tragic massacre. You dare to behave atrociously in my Nimbus martial ancestor? You're courting death. A loud shout was heard, and the elders of the Nimbus martial ancestor finally appeared. Their Sciention True Chi surged, and they rushed towards the men in black. Pooh! However, these men in black were powerful, and in one move, they killed a red-clothed elder. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man in black had already rushed to the second elder, and the butcher's knife was raised again. The scene was still one-sided. Swoosh! A pitch-black knife light appeared between heaven and earth. It was dozens of meters long, and it carried a destructive aura. It fell from the sky, and the space was distorted. The knife light was as black as ink, and its killing intent was boundless. Pooh! 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 As the knife light passed, 3 men in black were cut in half, and their vitality disappeared. They fell to the ground, dead. Immediately after, a skinny old man in black with only a few strands of hair on his head appeared. He was like a mountain, and his body was surrounded by a black light. He was like a ferocious ghost that walked out from the netherworld and was extremely terrifying. You dare to behave atrociously in my Nimbus martial ancestor? Even if you're a member of the martial ancestor, you can't do it. Palace Master Li's expression turned cold. He pointed his finger, and Yuan power surged out, and the men in black were killed one by one. Behind him, dozens of murderous auras appeared. The dense murderous auras were almost tangible. Immediately after, dozens of red-clothed elders from the Punishment Palace appeared behind Palace Master Li. These people were the true elites of the Nimbus martial ancestor. They were under the management of Palace Master Li, and they had finally appeared. Anyone who offends the martial ancestor must die. A cold voice sounded. Immediately after, a man in black appeared in front of Palace Master Li. Yuan power surged out of his body, indicating that he was also a true energy realm expert. Boom! Surging auras swept out, and the 2 men had already started fighting. Palace Master Li's body was surrounded by thousands of black lights, and they were like black poisonous snakes that rushed towards the man in black. A sword appeared in the man in black's hand. With a flash of the sword, a thick sword chi appeared, and it slashed towards the thousands of black snakes. The Nimbus martial ancestor is only a... The sword light flashed again and again, and the black lights dissipated. Palace Master Li stretched out his shriveled hand and pressed it towards the man in black. Boom! The void shook, and a rumbling sound could be heard. A terrifying palm print descended, carrying with it a destructive aura. The man in black vomited blood, and his body flew back dozens of meters. Immediately after, the sword light flashed again, and he rushed towards Palace Master Li. Behind him, dozens of red-clothed elders from the Nimbus martial ancestor had already started fighting with the man in black. Saber light flashed, and sword shadows flashed. Murderous aura filled the air, and the smell of blood was pungent. A battle to the death had begun. The battle below was intense. Many Nimbus martial ancestor experts had rushed over, and there were a few at the true energy realm. They displayed their powerful Yuan skills. Wong! Suddenly, the void shook, and a blue light beam appeared in the sky. It formed a semicircle and descended. In an instant, a blue light shield protected the Nimbus martial ancestor. The Nimbus martial ancestor's sect protection elemental formation was activated. As soon as the elemental formation appeared, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. In an instant, many of the men in black felt their bodies slow down, and their movements were hindered by the immense pressure. As for the disciples and elders of the Nimbus martial ancestor, their tokens emitted a faint glow after the elemental formation appeared. The glow enveloped them, protecting them from the pressure of the elemental formation, and they were safe and sound. Blood splattered. Many Nimbus martial ancestor elders seized the opportunity to kill a few men in black. The Nimbus martial ancestor finally had the upper hand. As soon as the elemental formation appeared, many disciples who were fleeing in panic were blocked by it. They cursed and were terrified. It's just an elemental formation, and you still want to show it off. At this moment, a cold snort could be heard in the air. Many disciples raised their heads, and only then did they realize that a middle-aged man in black was floating in the air. He can fly. Even a true energy realm expert can't fly. How strong is this person? Oh my God, a cultivator can actually fly. It seems like the legends are true. When a cultivator cultivates to a certain level, they can fly. Chapter 85. The middle-aged man in black stood in midair with a cold expression. His lips were thin as he lifted his head to look at the azure light barrier above him. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips. The pressure of the elemental formation had no effect on him. His body was emitting a bright red light that was like a blazing flame. Boom! He stood in midair with one hand supporting the sky. The yuan qi of heaven and earth went berserk. His entire body was like a blazing ball of fire. His aura began to surge as a huge red palm print that was burning with raging flames rushed towards the azure light barrier. Bang! The light barrier was incomparably azure, like the azure sky. It emitted a lustrous glow. The flaming palm print exploded with a loud bang as the terrifying energy struck the light barrier. The azure light barrier trembled as more blue light emerged like an azure sea and extinguished the flames. The middle-aged man in black snorted. He raised his right hand and suddenly clenched it. In the next moment, a violent aura appeared. The surrounding space began to distort violently as if it was going to collapse. Rumble. The void trembled as a fist radiance appeared. It emitted a scarlet-red light. Wherever it passed, the space would distort violently as it struck towards the azure light barrier. Boom! The azure light barrier rippled with rays of blue light, like the blue waves of the sea. They slowly descended and extinguished the red light on the fist radiance, resisting the repeated attacks. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard as if the world was shaking. The sky trembled, the space distorted, and the ground shook. Many buildings collapsed one after another. Under the azure light barrier, the men in black who were enduring the immense pressure died one after another. However, there were even more Nimbus martial ancestor disciples that perished. These men in black were very powerful and were considered experts even among the martial ancestor. Being able to send them out to eliminate the Nimbus martial ancestor meant that they were not ordinary people. The azure light barrier blocked the repeated attacks. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was like a blazing sun that emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. His entire body turned into a ray of fire and rushed towards the azure light barrier. Boom! He used his body as a weapon and elemental energy to carry his body as he struck out a powerful attack. The blue light shone brightly, emitting an even more resplendent blue light. Like sharp swords, it pierced towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. Clearly, the black-clad, middle-aged man was giving it his all. His aura rose by another notch, and the surrounding space began distorting violently. Boundless flames scattered in all directions to instantly melt the blue light. Next, the black-clad, middle-aged man smashed into the light barrier. Boom! The light barrier trembled, and the blue light dimmed. A crevice appeared on the light barrier. "Let's see who can stop me." The black-robed middle-aged man shouted again and launched another fierce attack. His entire body turned into a fireball and rushed towards the light barrier. Boom! The blue light barrier trembled once again, and the light became even dimmer. Cracks spread out once again, and with a series of cracking sounds, it was already on the verge of shattering. Boom! Boom! Then, there were two more loud noises. The cracks spread to every corner of the light barrier. Then, with a bang, it exploded. The sect protection elemental array was broken. High up in the sky, the blue light disappeared. However, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was standing in the sky, wearing hemp clothes. His face was full of wrinkles, his hair was white, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were looking at the middle-aged man, but they were filled with coldness. "You finally appeared." Seeing the great elder, the middle-aged man's eyes were also filled with coldness. "Yes, you finally came. The great elder sighed. His face was filled with desolation and endless sorrow. You can really endure. It's been almost 20 years, and you're still so calm. If you didn't come, I was going to look for you. 20 years. I endured for 20 years. I lived an ignoble existence for 20 years. Even though I knew that you were the murderers who killed my son, I still had to greet you with a smile. 20 years, I decided not to endure anymore. If you didn't come, I would have gone to look for you. The great elder sighed. His eyes turned cold, and he said, they are innocent. You can let them go. The Nimbus martial ancestor can be disbanded today. Humph. After offending the martial ancestor, only destruction awaits them. Whether they can live or not, it all depends on their luck. The middle-aged man in black coldly snorted. The massacre below was still ongoing. Ah, hurry up and run. Hurry up and run. Help us. Under their anticipation, the sect protecting Yuan formation was finally broken. All the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor began to madly flee, trying to escape from the Nimbus martial ancestor. However, what awaited them was the slaughter of the 5 rocks. Screams continuously sounded. One disciple after another died in panic. Some of them directly rolled down the mountain due to fear. They managed to escape from the rock's pursuit, but whether they could live or not, it all depended on their luck. The blue light disappeared, and the black-clothed man's battle prowess reappeared. Under the butcher's knife, the elders fell one after another. Such a massacre made everyone tremble in fear. Some of the elders saw that the situation was not good and decided to escape. They slowly retreated from the battlefield and flew out of the valley. If there was a first, there would be a second. Even the elders were preparing to escape, not to mention the others. In the midst of the black-clothed man's massacre, the Nimbus martial ancestor was in chaos. Some of the smarter disciples and elders had already run into the treasure pavilion and took the opportunity to search for some dawn and battle skills. Among them, the Sciention battle skills and Sciention pellets became the targets of many people. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Nimbus martial ancestor was in complete chaos. People killed people, people stepped on people, and people killed each other. Curses and shouts continuously sounded. Broken arms and limbs flew everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. It was simply a tragedy. One elder after another was running away. Only the elders of the punishment palace were still holding on. However, facing the more powerful black-clothed men, their casualties were increasing. Palace leader Li's aura was surging. In his life, he had killed countless people. He displayed his powerful battle skills and instantly killed a true energy realm warrior. However, in the next moment, 2 true energy realm warriors attacked him. A terrifying energy constantly surged, and one building after another collapsed. The space trembled and the earth cracked. It was a scene of destruction. Old bastard, as long as you hand over that thing, I will leave you a complete corpse. The middle-aged man stood in the air and said coldly, this old man has felt guilty for 20 years and also let you live freely for 20 years. Today's battle will decide life and death. As for the thing you are talking about, I don't know what it is. The great elder's tone was bleak. It was as if he had returned to 10 years ago, when his own children were killed. Still quibbling. Shin Yong has already told us everything. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Hee, betraying the sect for his own selfish reasons. He will die miserably. He will die, with just you? Now you should be worried about yourself. The middle-aged man ridiculed. There will always be someone. The great elder's aura changed instantly. His posture became straight and tall. His eyes shone brightly. A surge of aura surged out from his body. At this moment, the great elder was like a giant of heaven and earth. Kill. With a shout, the sky shook and space distorted. The great elder rushed toward the middle-aged man. His chi was resolute, like a Xing Qian who was about to explode, releasing all his energy. You. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Boom. The world was filled with dazzling light, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Zichun did not stop to rest. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He continuously used the 9 lightning flashes, and when his Zhan Qi was exhausted, he would swallow chi recovery pills. Along the way, he had swallowed no less than 10 bottles of chi recovery pills. This was a huge consumption. If it were not for his heart absorbing this energy and transforming it into Zhen Qi, Zichen's Zhen Qi would not be able to keep up with his recovery. I must not make a move. I hope it is just my imagination. Zichen's body turned into lightning, shuttling back and forth in the forest. His mortal realm extreme speed was beginning to show its edge. Don't let anything happen to you guys. Zichun was anxious. He wished he could learn the complete 9 lightning flashes and display the true mortal realm extreme speed. After swallowing bottles of chi recovery pills, Zichun continued to fly. After a few hours, the Nimbus martial ancestor was finally in sight. However, the moment he saw the Nimbus martial ancestor, Zichun felt as if he had been electrocuted. His body suddenly trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. The Nimbus martial ancestor, which occupied a land of dozens of li and had many pavilions, had now turned into a sea of fire. Occasionally, there would be a few screams. The fire soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed. The scorching heat waves could be felt even from a distance. No! Zichun let out a mournful roar and rushed towards the Nimbus martial ancestor that had turned into a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowed, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. The thick smell of blood and broken limbs could be seen everywhere. The blood formed a small river, flowing down and dyeing the stone steps red. The world was deathly silent, and only the crackling sound of the fire could be heard. Zichun dodged the corpses, stepped on the blood, and rushed into the sea of fire. Shuer, Meng Yao, Miao Kong. Zichun repeatedly called out, Grand Elder, Palace Master Li. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. The scene was very tragic. Many people had been burned beyond recognition by the fire. Zichun rushed towards Xuelin's residence. The place had already collapsed, and the fire was raging. There were corpses everywhere. Zichun did not see Xuelin, because the people lying here were all charred black, and their limbs were not intact. It was impossible to recognize them. Shuer! Zichun crazily shouted, but no one responded. There were corpses everywhere. Meng Yao. Zichun then rushed to Su Meng Yao's residence. The house here had also collapsed, and the courtyard was destroyed by a huge force. There were cracks in the ground, and in these cracks, many female cultivators' corpses were lying there. Zichun jumped in. His eyes were red, and he was in incomparable pain. He turned over one corpse after another, looking for Su Meng Yao. After a while, Zichun jumped up. Su Meng Yao was not here. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and his body swayed, almost falling down. He saw a woman in white lying there quietly in front of Su Meng Yao's door. Her vitality had already disappeared, and the fire had burned her face. It was impossible to recognize her, but it was not difficult to see that she had rushed out of the room. Meng Yao. Zichun's body swayed. He could not believe what he saw. More than half of her white clothes had been burned. Zichun rushed over and put out the fire. He hugged Su Meng Yao's corpse and repeatedly shouted, Miao Kong, Grand Elder, Palace Master Li. Zichun put down the corpse and rushed in another direction. After a while, Zichun saw an old man. His hair was sparse, and he was as thin as a match. His body was as black as ink, and he looked like a ghost that had walked out of the netherworld. He stood there straight. Chapter 86. Hall Master Li stood upright, his body not falling, his eyes calm. This was the first person Zichun had seen standing. The surrounding flames were burning fiercely, as if they were deliberately avoiding him. His body was impervious to fire and water. Temple Master Li, it's great that you're okay. Zichun stepped forward, very excited. But soon he found that something was wrong. Temple Master Li was motionless, and there was no vitality around him. It was as if he had become a real ghost. At his feet, 2 black-clothed men were lying on the ground. Their faces were full of horror, and their eyes were wide open. They died with grievances. Temple Master Li's vitality had dissipated. He was already dead. The wound was on his heart. It was pierced by a sharp weapon and then shattered. His vitality was obliterated. But before he died, he also dragged these two masters down with him. Temple Master Li, Zichen's heart was filled with grief. He was ready to bury Temple Master Li, but suddenly his pupils shrank. He saw another person standing there in the distance. It was an old man in sackcloth. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man in black. "Great Elder!" Zichen exclaimed and flew forward. But when he reached the front, he was in despair. Although the Great Elder was standing, there was no vitality on his body. His eyes were open, but there was a smile on his face. There were no wounds on his body, but he was indeed dead. Next to him, there was a thin red line on the neck of the middle-aged man in black. His face was filled with horror and unwillingness. No, how could this be? The Supreme Elder was also dead. Zichen was heartbroken. They were all dead. Not a single one of them was alive. In the entire spirit martial sect, not a single person was alive. The fire burned, making crackling sounds. Zichen's heart was filled with grief, and tears fell. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. The first time he met Lin Shui, she was seriously injured. He carried her back. He didn't expect her identity to be so extraordinary. The first time he met Su Mingyao, she was like a goddess. But she came to a place full of filth and helped him force Wang Xiong to retreat, saving his life. The first time he met Miao Kong, the Great Elder, and Temple Master Li, scenes flashed through his mind one after another, but they all became memories. They were like passing clouds that eventually dissipated. All the beautiful things had disappeared, leaving behind only memories that would never fade away. Grandfather, Shui'er, Ming Yao, Miao Kong, Palace Headley, I, Zichen, swear that I will definitely avenge all of you. I will definitely avenge the Nimbus martial ancestor. No matter who it is, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Zichen gritted his teeth. His eyes were red and his voice was cold. Blood for blood? Revenge? Do you think I can count on a puny true energy cultivator like you? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Zichen. He didn't know when, but a man in black had already appeared behind him. Under the illumination of the fire, the man in black looked like a ghost. His entire body was covered in blood. God knows how many disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor he had killed. Zichen turned around and looked at him coldly. He's just at the Xiantian stage. I can kill him. Zichen thought to himself. But before he could do anything, an ear-piercing sound came from beside his ear. The Pong was circling in the sky, flapping its wings. The fire below burned even more fiercely, and the crackling sound became more rapid. Haha, there's a little guy here who threatened to take revenge. Maybe the thing is on him. The man in black laughed and said loudly. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard continuously. There were powerful cultivators coming quickly. Brat, we're martial ancestors people. Let's see how you're going to kill us for revenge. The man in black sneered. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. The sound of clothes fluttering became even faster. Then, a few more sounds could be heard. The powerful cultivators had arrived. Go. At this moment, Zichen was also decisive. A light flashed under his feet, and he flew into the distance. With so many powerful cultivators arriving, Zichen couldn't fight them at all. He could only save his life first. Wind appeared under his feet, and he instantly rushed out of the sea of fire and ran in another direction. He actually ran away? The man in black laughed and didn't care at all. A light flashed, and a few men in black had already arrived. Where is he? Someone asked in a deep voice. He just ran away. A little guy at the 10th level of True Qi said that he wanted to take revenge. I let him run a little longer, so that it wouldn't be easy to chase after him. The man in black said, Bastard, today's matter is too big. A Grand Elder, 3 elders, and many deacons have died. You still have the mood to play with him? Hurry up and chase him back. See if there's anything we're looking for. A man in black appeared in the distance and angrily rebuked the other party. Yes. The man in black nodded and directly chased in the direction Zichen had escaped. Hurry up. You guys get on the Pong and see if there's anyone suspicious. The last man in black to arrive ordered. He was a true energy realm cultivator and held the position of elder in the martial ancestor. Yes. The few of them flew up and landed on the Pong. With a cry, the Pong spread its wings and flew up, continuing to search for living beings. All 5 of the Pong were sent out. Zichun kept flying, but he did not use the 9 lightning deaths. He was more familiar with the terrain here, so he passed through the sea of fire. After a while, he passed through the sea of fire and rushed into a dense forest. Brat, let's see where you can run. The man in black behind him angrily shouted. Zichun went deep into the forest, but still didn't use the 9 lightning flashes. The man in black behind him gradually caught up, and the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, until 100 meters. Brat, let's see where you can run to. Obediently accept your death. The man in black sneered. He didn't care about a little guy at the true energy realm. His speed was faster than his opponent, and his strength was stronger. What was there to worry about? The speed of the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. Finally, there were only 50 meters between them. Zichun's eyes flashed with a cold light, and killing intent burst out. He shouted, now. Under his feet, a silver light flashed. His whole body turned into a bolt of lightning and turned back. In an instant, he was in front of the man in black. His silver fist, with a burst of chi, instantly hit the man in black's face. So fast, the man in black's face changed, and he instantly retreated. But it was still too late. The silver fist had already arrived. In a hurry, he could only mobilize his Xiantian true chi to defend. His hands were shining brightly, and his true chi protection appeared on the surface of his body. Boom! The silver fist, like a heavy hammer, carried the power of 1,000 caddies and instantly shattered the man's true chi protection. The man in black lost his balance, and his body fell back, the blood and chi in his body churning. Zichun closed in step by step. The 9 deaths of thunder and lightning continuously appeared. He was like a ghost, but also like a bolt of lightning, constantly circling the black-clothed man. His silver fists continuously rained down, like a storm of pear blossoms, creating loud bangs. The man in black had just mobilized his true chi, but it was scattered by Zichun's fist. At the same time, he was knocked down to the ground by Zichun's fist. Silver light flashed under his feet, and Zichun suddenly stepped on the man in black. With a cracking sound, the man's bones were broken. Go to hell. Zichun's eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not show any mercy. One blow after another, and each blow was fatal. His left hand punched, and his right hand was filled with lightning, making a loud bang. The black-robed man was powerful and had killed many innate experts. Zichun was definitely no match for him in a head-on battle. However, Zichun's sneak attack had stunned him. From the beginning to the end, he had not been able to mount an effective defense. Only when his bones were broken did he let out a shrill scream. Zichun did not care, and continued to step on him. Step by step, the sound of bones breaking was heard again and again. Pung! With a kick, the man in black was sent flying. Before the man's body landed on the ground, Zichun had already flashed, and his speed was very fast. He raised his fist and punched towards the man's heart. Pung! With one punch, the man's chest suddenly caved in, and he began to cough up blood. When the man landed on the ground, Zichun punched again, and like raindrops, made a crackling sound. The man in black's bones were all broken, and he was exhaling more than he was inhaling. It seemed that he would not survive. Ong! At this moment, the rock's cry sounded from above. Zichun's face changed, and he helplessly shot out a thunderbolt finger, and then fled. Peepa! The thunderbolt fell, and the man in black's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. However, he did not explode, because at the last moment, a trace of Xiantian Zhanqi appeared in his body and blocked the thunderbolt finger. The rock's cry was heard, and its wings flapped, creating gusts of wind. Several figures descended from the sky and arrived in front of the man in black. Junior brother, how are you? Junior brother, what happened? How could this be? Weren't you chasing a little Zhanqi kid? The men in black walked forward, and after seeing the miserable state of the man lying on the ground, their faces changed. The man in black's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his bones had been crushed by Zichun. Although he had used his Xiantian Zhanqi to save his life had already come to an end. His injuries were too serious, and he swallowed dawn one after another, but he quickly spat them out. It seemed that he was about to die. Damn it, I must kill him. One of the men in black roared, Avenge Junior Brother. Another man beside him also said angrily, This little brat is very strange. The man in black, who had been beaten into a pig's head, slowly raised his head and said a few words with difficulty. Then, his head tilted, and he died. Ah, little thing, I will kill you. A sorrowful cry sounded from the forest. Let's go, get on the rock's back and chase him. No matter how weird he is, he will not be able to escape from the rock's pursuit. The other men in black left one to deal with the corpse of their junior brother, and the others flew onto the rock's back. Ong! The rock let out a sorrowful cry and chased forward. Its sharp eyes stared at the sparse forest below. Zichun heard the sorrowful cry, but he did not care. His heart was much more bitter than those men in black. He turned into lightning and ran quickly through the forest. After launching a sneak attack on one of the black-robed men, Zichun finally realized how strong the other party was. When Zichun had killed the second elder and Robin, he had easily dealt with each of them with one punch. But against this black-robed man, under his sneak attacks, every move was a killing move. Even after attacking dozens of times, he still failed to kill the other party. The gap between the two sides was too big. Therefore, at this moment, Zichun was only blindly running away and did not think about any unrealistic things. At this moment, the rock's cry sounded above his head. Chapter 87. The rock screeched from above as it flapped its wings, creating gusts of wind. A pair of sharp eyes stared straight at Zichun. As dusk approached, Zichun was discovered. His expression instantly changed. Damn it, you have good eyesight. He cursed under his breath. His body turned into a flash of lightning as he sped up again. This time, he purposely went to a dense area to block the rock's line of sight. Zichun continuously flew through the forest. He was faster than a cunning rabbit and more agile than a spirit fox. It was as if this was his backyard. In the blink of an eye, he had left the rock far behind. What kind of fucking speed is this? High up in the sky, on the back of the rock, the three men in black were shocked. The speed of this little guy, who was only at stage 10 true chi, was even faster than the rock. His movements were as fast as lightning. Shwa. Zichun passed through the dense forest and disappeared. Damn it, he disappeared again. Hurry up and chase. The men in black were furious as they watched Zichun disappear. The dense forest was only so big. Furthermore, the rock was high up in the sky. It quickly discovered Zichun's tracks. What is he doing? After seeing Zichun again, one of the men in black asked, I can't see clearly. The rock flew down a bit. The rock swooped down and their vision became clear. Only now did they see Zichun take out a porcelain bottle and pour a bottle of pills into it. Then, he threw the bottle away. He must be taking chi recovery pills. One of the men in black said with certainty. Is he using up a lot of chi? Very good. He won't be able to hold on much longer. In the sky, the rock spread its wings and chased after him. It wanted to use its specialty to exhaust this human to death. Unfortunately, after chasing for 2 hours, the disciples of the spiritual martial sect below did not show any signs of exhaustion. They were still alive and kicking. On the other hand, they had eaten a total of 10 bottles of chi recovery pills. Is this a fucking monster? The three of them couldn't help but curse. At such a high speed, not to mention a mere Jinchi realm cultivator, even Xiantian realm cultivators like them would have to expend a lot of energy. However, the other party seemed to be completely fine and was just desperately swallowing energy recovery pills. Aren't you afraid you'll die from overeating? The three of them were furious. They could clearly crush the other party to death with a single finger, yet they couldn't catch up to him. Pung birds, dive down and attack him. Someone commanded. The pung bird let out a cry and swooped down. The branches and leaves in the forest rustled loudly. The pung bird spread out its wings like a divine weapon. Many trees were cut down by its wings. Then, Two cold claws passed through the dense forest and grabbed at Zichun. The wind whistled as Zichun took advantage of the situation to dodge. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning as he moved far away, dodging the rock's claw. Brat, die. At this moment, a man in black jumped down from the rock and dashed towards Zichun. His aura surged. Scram! Zichun clenched his fists. Streaks of silver light flashed as he smashed them down with explosive sounds. Boom! The powerful blow caused an explosion. The man in black was in midair as he retreated at an extremely fast speed. On the other hand, Zichun also retreated dozens of meters. His body swayed slightly as he fled again. What a strong constitution! The man in black sighed. The more he thought about this brat, the more extraordinary he was. The sky gradually darkened. Night fell. The moon hung high in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. This was a good day, indicating that the sun would shine brightly tomorrow. However, for Zichun, who was running away, this kind of weather was fatal. In the sky, the rock cried again and again. With the help of the moonlight and the stars, it could actually detect Zichun. This was really amazing. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Zichun also didn't believe in ghosts. After running for several hours, he had almost used up all of his backup chi recovery pills. However, he still couldn't get rid of the rock. This big guy had been running for days. Zichun didn't believe that it didn't sleep, didn't rest, didn't eat, and wasn't afraid of exhaustion. For the whole night, Zichun was running away. Even he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. The mental exhaustion was really too great. Fortunately, in the latter half of the night, he finally got rid of the rock and no longer heard its cries. Zichun breathed a sigh of relief. He ran for another 2 hours before stopping. Now, not only did he use up all of his chi recovery pills, his mental exhaustion was also great. Leaning against a big tree, he rested for a full quarter of an hour. Only then did Zichun take out some dry food from his bag and eat and drink at the same time. After eating, Zichun suddenly thought, "That's right. Let's see if Grandpa has prepared any chi recovery pills for me." At this time, there were 2 other bags in his big bag. One of them was the Xin martial ancestors' gambling money. The other was the bag given by the Grand Elder, who said that everything was prepared. Under the moonlight, Zichun opened this small bag. Inside the bag were a few pieces of clothing. The material was good. Next were several jade bottles. These jade bottles were sparkling and translucent. They emitted a faint light. Compared to the ordinary porcelain bottles used to store pills, they were a lot more advanced. Opening the jade bottles, they were filled with dawn. These were even more advanced dawn. They emitted a rich fragrance. After becoming a core disciple for several months, Zichun also had a deep understanding of dawn. If the pills in the porcelain bottle were only for true chi cultivators and could be considered to be crudely made, then the pills in the jade bottle could only be used by Xiantian cultivators and could be considered to be of high quality. Moreover, their effects were extremely good. Inside, there were no true chi dawn. They were all chi recovery pills. There were a total of 4 bottles. Each bottle contained a total of 50 dawn. Moreover, these were not ordinary chi recovery pills. 1 chi recovery pill could restore Zichun's true chi. So many. Roughly looking at the number of dawn, Zichun was shocked. These dawn were not ordinary chi recovery pills. They were for Xiantian realm cultivators. They were definitely high-quality goods. Moreover, they were very expensive. The Grand Elder gave him so many dawn at once. It was clear that he cared a lot. Thinking of his grandfather, Zichun's expression inevitably became sad. When the 5th bottle was opened, a rich fragrance assailed his nose. There were only 5 dawn in this bottle. However, each of them was like a gem, shining brilliantly. When the bottle was opened, a rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth emerged from the bottle and rushed to the outside. "These are Xiantian dawn," Zichun exclaimed. He was shocked. In the last bottle, there were 5 Xiantian dawn. A Xiantian dawn could allow a true chi realm cultivator to break through to the Xiantian realm. Previously, Su Yan and the others were willing to risk their lives for Chen Feng in order to obtain a Xiantian dawn. However, at this moment, there were 5 Xiantian dawn in front of Zichun. The better the Grand Elder treated Zichun, the more guilty Zichun felt. His heart was throbbing with pain. He did not complete the Grand Elder's task. Su Mingyao was already dead. In addition to the jade bottles, there was also a bag of white jade-like stones. Zichen opened it and felt a rich yuanli aura. Primeval stones. This small bag contained more than 100 primeval stones. Among them, there were 100 pieces of primeval stones and some low-grade primeval stones. Zichen's eyes turned red. His heart was filled with endless guilt towards the Grand Elder. Putting away the bag, Zichen rested for an hour in a daze. After that, he continued on his journey. When the sky was bright, Zichen was already far away. He believed that he had already left the other party far behind. However, before he could rejoice, he heard the cry of a rock coming from the horizon. How is this possible? Zichen's face changed dramatically. He hid in a dense tree and restrained his aura. A moment later, a rock flew over his head. Through the branches and leaves, Zichen saw a few black-clothed men sitting on the back of the rock. They really caught up. Zichen was shocked. He had a bad feeling. However, before he could leave, another rock's cry sounded. Then, a third and a fourth. Out of the 5 rocks, 4 of them came today, looking for Zichen. This time, Zichen felt that there was no way out. He carefully walked through the forest, following behind the rocks. He was afraid that they would discover him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out why there were so many rocks chasing after him. "Humph, you guys keep chasing. I'll follow behind you." Zichen sneered. He felt that his luck had come. However, his good luck only lasted for an hour before disappearing. In a sparse forest, Zichen was found by a rock that turned back. "Ong!" The rock cried, the sound waves surging, calling for its companions. "He's there. Go after him. Quickly attack him. Don't let him escape." The black-clothed men's voices came from above. "Boy, let's see where you can run to this time. Go to hell, you cunning guy. You actually hid behind us." The 4 rocks turned back, flapping their wings, covering the sky and the sun. Gusts of wind raged, shaking the forest below, revealing the rapidly escaping Zichen. Zichen was surrounded by the 4 rocks. Then, the rocks swooped down, their sharp claws emitting a cold light, fiercely clawing at Zichen. At the same time, their sharp beaks were like divine weapons, shining with a cold metallic luster as they rushed towards Zichen with incomparable speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a tap of his foot, Zichen's body turned into lightning, constantly flapping his wings and dodging. Silver light surged around his body, and streaks of lightning appeared between his fingers. 10 layers of lightning power naturally couldn't kill the rocks. Zichen's every attack was aimed at the rocks' eyes, causing them to panic. He took advantage of this to escape at lightning speed. Die! The black-clothed men jumped down from the rock's back and rushed towards Zichen. Xiantian battle skills were displayed in the forest, and streaks of sword chi wreaked havoc. Zichen was in danger, with the black-clothed men attacking him from the side and the rocks harassing him from above. 2 hours later, Zichen's body was covered in blood, and his killing intent was soaring. Relying on his strong physique, he finally broke out of the encirclement. Although they were heavily injured, one of the black-clothed men was on the verge of death. Zichen chased after him and attacked. "This damned rocks. I must get rid of them first." After saying this, Zichen coughed out a mouthful of blood. His heart was beating violently, and waves of energy rushed into his body. Zichen's heavily injured body was also rapidly recovering. If it wasn't for his special heart, Zichen would have died countless times. It was simply a miracle that a Xiantian Realm level 10 true Qi could escape the pursuit of so many Xiantian Realm masters. Zichen fled in the forest, and the rocks in the sky repeatedly cried out, reporting his location to the black-clothed men. This miracle might not continue. Chapter 88. The rock was in the sky, constantly monitoring Zichen. Relying on its Xiantian Realm strength, it swooped down again and again. Its sharp claws and beak were its sharpest weapons, constantly harassing Zichen. Zichen was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. This rock was very strong, and its black feathers were like cold iron. Even if it was Zichen, It would take a lot of effort to injure it. I must kill this rock. Zichen's eyes flashed with cold light. He held a short dagger in his hand. This was a Sciention-level weapon that Zichen had taken from the black-clothed man. Its quality was very good. He could break an ordinary Sciention-level weapon with one punch, but it didn't break, so he simply took it. Half an hour later, Zichen saw a dense forest. He flashed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ong! The rock swooped down, and a huge chi wave appeared. The forest below swayed to both sides, revealing the ground below. It was empty below, and there were no traces of humans. There was a hint of doubt in the rock's cold eyes. Its diving body suddenly slowed down, and with a flap of its wings, it stopped in the forest. It was close to the treetops of the forest, and the branches and leaves danced and fell to the sides. It didn't understand why the human had disappeared. Swish! At this moment, from the side of the dense forest, a figure suddenly rushed out. The other person turned into a silver light, like lightning, and jumped onto the back of the rock in an instant with the help of the treetops. The rock was suddenly startled, and with a cry, it flapped its wings and was about to soar into the sky. Zichen held the short dagger in his hand, and with a flash of silver light, the short dagger directly pierced into the rock's back. Immediately after, a line of blood spurted out. The rock was in pain, and its body trembled, almost throwing Zichen off. Puff, puff, puff. Zichen attacked like lightning, and the short dagger bloomed with blood. Several more wounds appeared on the rock's body, and blood spurted out like fountains. The rock wailed repeatedly in the air. Its body swayed as it tried to throw Zichen off. It flapped its wings, and the wind howled. Zichen's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He held on tightly to his opponent's steel-like black feathers and attacked with his dagger. Blood splattered all over his body. Usually, the rock relied on these feathers the most, but today, they had become a fatal weakness. No matter how hard the rock tried, it couldn't shake off Zichen. Ong! The other three rocks realized that their companion was in trouble. They swooped down towards Zichen and extended their sharp claws to grab Zichen's head. The three rocks blotted out the sky. At this moment, they were attacking Zichen alone. As their wings flapped, a strong wind was stirred up. Coupled with the constant trembling of the rocks, Zichen's figure was already unstable. With a tap of his foot, a silver light flashed. He retreated again and again to avoid the attacks of the three rocks. When Zichen retreated from the rocks back to its neck, his body suddenly flashed and he was under the rock's neck. One of his arms was tightly wrapped around the rock's neck, while the other hand was holding a dagger with a cold light, stabbing towards the rock's neck. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, Zichen stabbed 3 times. The sharp dagger pierced through the rock's black feathers, and 3 more wounds appeared on the rock's neck. Blood sprayed onto Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen's body was completely under the rock's neck, and there was a blind spot. The other 3 rocks were too big to attack Zichen, and could only let out unresigned cries. Quickly chase after him. This damned guy. He actually dares to have ideas about the rock. He's simply courting death. The black-clothed man's angry roar came from below. Puff, puff, puff. Zichen's entire body was drenched in blood as he stabbed the great rock 3 more times. The great rock's wings were as tough as steel. Even with the help of the great rock's sharp weapon and powerful physique, Zichen's wrist was still in pain from the impact. At the same time, the repeated attacks had consumed a lot of his zhenqi. After a few consecutive attacks, he had already exhausted more than half of his zhenqi. The qi recovery pill hidden under the tip of his tongue mixed with the rock's blood was swallowed by Zichen, and a steady stream of zhenqi began to recover. Get down. After losing too much blood, the rock's body was already unstable, and it was unable to maintain its balance. Zichen was afraid that the rock would fall head first, so he shouted angrily. One hand tightened around the rock's neck, and the other hand did not stop attacking the rock with the dagger. The rock was in pain, but it did not compromise. It let out a desperate cry, and with a shake of its wings, it actually soared into the sky. The rock was in the Sciention realm, and it had the same intelligence as the python. When its life was in danger, it carried Zichen and flew into the sky, obviously wanting to drag Zichen down with it. Get down, get down. You damn bird, you're so cruel. Zichen's attacks were even more fierce. Silver light flashed continuously as he stabbed the rock's neck. After dozens of attacks, the rock's neck was about to fall off, and only a layer of skin was left. The other 3 rocks were anxious, and they cried out again and again, but they could not attack Zichen, so they could only watch. Blood splattered everywhere, and the rock let out a mournful cry, its body swaying in the air. After a few more attacks from Zichen, the rock finally could not hold on any longer, and it fell down at an angle. Its speed was very fast. Pung! Its huge body smashed into the dense forest, and the leaves rustled, and the trees were bent. Zichen also took this opportunity to land on the ground. With a bang, Zichen landed on the ground, covered in blood. The impact made him a little dizzy, and his body swayed. After shaking his head and dodging the attacks of the other 3 rocks, Zichen once again gathered his chi and began to flee. As for the rock, it was dying, and its life was in danger. The black-clothed men were very fast, and each of them was at the Xiantian realm. However, by the time they caught up, Zichen had already disappeared. There were only 3 rocks left in the sky, and they kept crying. Although they had locked onto Zichen's direction, this time they did not dare to dive down, and could only stay alert in the sky. Is this guy a monster? He can even kill a rocks at the true energy realm. That's a rocks, and they died just like that. Even a rocks with such a strong defense died. This guy is really extraordinary. I think the thing is very likely on him. Chase, we have to catch him no matter what. The black-clothed men quickly chased. With the rocks above their heads, they could accurately lock onto Zichen's position. 2 days later, the black-clothed men once again caught up with Zichen, and a fierce battle broke out. By the time all the black-clothed men had gathered, Zichen had already escaped with his severely injured body. Another black-clothed man was seriously injured, and his life was in danger. He's not human. He's simply a monster. He doesn't defend at all, and he just finds a person and beats them to death. I've never seen such a monster. He's only at the 10th layer of true energy, but his body is terrifyingly strong. If we don't use our full strength, we won't be able to deal a fatal blow to him. The black-clothed men who were fighting with Zichen were in a dilemma. This was the first time they had seen Zichen fight without any regard for his own life. He fought with his own life, but what was strange was that even though they had several lives, they could not exchange for his one life. The rocks flew high in the sky, their cold eyes filled with coldness. After Zichen killed one of the rocks, they did not dare to dive down to kill Zichen for the past 2 days. But after seeing that he was seriously injured, they once again dived down and attacked Zichen, harassing him. In his heart, a steady stream of energy poured into Zichen's body. Just like 2 days ago, the moment he rushed into the forest, he hid his body and then rushed onto the back of the rocks. After a quarter of an hour, Zichen left in a carefree manner. Out of the 3 rocks, only 2 were left. Ah, that damned guy. He killed another rocks. Catch him. We must cut him into pieces and feed him to the rocks. Looking at the rocks' corpses on the ground, the black-clothed men's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These were rocks, flying pets. They were very precious. Even in the martial ancestor, there were not many of them. But now, 2 of them had been killed by Zichen. Tell those stupid birds not to throw away their lives. This kid is strange. What kind of F***king world is this? Even a true Chi realm cultivator is so arrogant. The black-clothed men gritted their teeth and chased after him again. This area was filled with dense forests and mountain ranges. There were very few people. Zichen ran through the forest for a full 5 days and consumed dozens of energy recovery pills. Finally, he completely broke away from the black-clothed men's pursuit. After flying for another half a day, Zichen finally walked out of the mountain range and saw a town. Zichen's body was covered in blood, and so was his face. His black clothes were wrinkled. In order not to attract attention, he washed his body in a small river a dozen miles away from the town and threw away his original clothes. On the 6th day, Zichen walked into the town. The town was very large, equivalent to a small city. It was very lively. Candied haws, big and sweet candied haws. Crispy chicken wings, crispy and fragrant crispy chicken wings. Not crispy and fragrant free. The town was very lively. There were people everywhere. There were cultivators and mortals. The roadside was filled with all kinds of stalls. Some were selling food and some were selling all kinds of groceries. Zichen entered the town and first found a tavern. He ordered a few dishes. Like the legend of a hungry wolf or the reincarnation of a hungry ghost, he quickly finished everything under the disdainful and surprised gazes of the crowd. Moreover, he still wanted more. He probably hasn't eaten for hundreds of years. He should be the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. The way he eats is simply indescribable. Zichen had been running for a long time and hadn't eaten anything hot for a long time. Many people in the tavern pointed at him and whispered. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zichen took out a small piece of yuan stone fragment. Instantly, all the voices of discussion disappeared. Yuan stone fragment was the main currency of the Sky Martial continent. Other than that, there was also gold and silver. However, gold and silver were mostly used by ordinary people. Almost all cultivators used yuan stones. This is a cultivator. Everyone's expression changed and no longer discussed. For mortals, cultivators were aloof and powerful. It was said that there were immortals who could fly in the sky and enter the earth. After ordering a few dishes and eating a few bowls of rice, he took out a piece of yuan stone fragment. This gave the manager of the tavern a fright. He quickly came out to explain that he had said too much. Don't worry, this is for you. Find me an inn to stay in. Behind the tavern was an inn. Zichen only paid a piece of yuan stone fragment and stayed in the inn. Moreover, the room arranged for him was very good. This time, he went through the forest and took a long detour, erasing many traces. Zichen expected that the other party wouldn't be able to catch up with him in a short period of time. After entering the inn, Zichen took out a bag and took out a Xiantian pellet. Chapter 89. Inside the room, Zichen's whole body was exuding a silver light. Tiny electric snakes were swimming around his body. Lightning flashed as he began to refine the energy of the Xiantian pellet. A Xiantian pellet contained a huge amount of spiritual power. It was used to break through bottlenecks. It was derived from the idea of a torrential river breaking through a bottleneck. If one wanted to break through a bottleneck, they would need a powerful energy to break through this bottleneck. A Xiantian pellet contained a huge amount of energy. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was incomparable to a Zhanqidan. If the energy of a Zhanqidan was equivalent to a pool of spring water, then a Xiantian pellet was like a huge lake. The two were simply not on the same level. At this time, Zichen was using it as a Zhanqidan. When the Xiantian pellet entered his abdomen, it transformed into a huge amount of energy. A rich ling qi rushed to his limbs and bones. In order to break through a bottleneck, most of the ling qi would disappear. But Zichen's heart was very special. After a heartbeat, a strong suction force appeared and all the energy was absorbed by his heart. The energy contained in the Xiantian pellet was not wasted. Every single drop was absorbed into his heart. Zichen had achieved 100% absorption and refinement. Then, an extremely rich and pure energy emerged from his heart and rushed to his limbs and bones and abdomen. A Xiantian pellet, if given to an ordinary cultivator to refine, would take at least 10 days to half a month. But Zichen had a mysterious heart, so the refining speed was greatly increased. After 1 day and 1 night, all the energy of the Xiantian pellet had been refined by Zichen. His eyes opened and flashed with a silver light. Zichen stood up with a touch of joy in his eyes. The huge amount of energy of the Xiantian pellet has been completely refined. My strength has increased by a lot. Zichen clenched his fists. He felt that he was filled with power. He felt like he could smash mountains and cut off rivers. Of course, this was a false feeling after his strength had increased, but it also proved that his strength had become a lot stronger. In abdomen, a silver light was flashing like lightning, emitting a dazzling light. A Xiantian pellet had allowed his strength to break through a small realm. At this time, he was already at the middle 10th level. There was still a small distance between him and the late 10th level. Because Zichun used broken yuan stones, the common currency of the Tianwu continent, he was treated very well. Early in the morning, someone came to bring him toiletries and breakfast. Where is this place? Zichun's question stunned the waiter. He thought to himself, what a strange place. He didn't even know where this was, but he still replied respectfully, Sir, this is Cloud Ridge Town, Yunling Town. Zichun frowned. He had never heard of it before. Which city is the closest to here? Red Cloud City. Has anything big happened recently? Something big? No. Oh, right. I heard that a whole village was massacred. After asking a few more questions, the waiter left. I actually ran this far? Zichun was somewhat surprised. After running for more than 10 days, he had run a total of 5,000 kilometers. This was the southern region of the Tianwu continent. It was very large and boundless. Within hundreds of thousands of kilometers, there were 7 main cities. Red Cloud City was one of them. In addition, there were also some powerful sects, including the martial ancestor. As for the Nimbus martial ancestor, the Xian martial ancestor, and the Zhan martial ancestor, they were not in the rankings. These 3 sects belonged to the martial ancestor, so their overall strength was not strong. Red Cloud City was one of the 7 main cities. It was on par with the martial ancestor. The city lord was a peerless expert. Zichun's next goal was to seek the protection of Red Cloud City. After all, they belonged to 2 different powers. The martial ancestors' people could not brazenly enter Red Cloud City to capture people. It was even more impossible for them to randomly kill people in Red Cloud City. Just after eating breakfast, Zichun heard a familiar sound. He almost spat out his breakfast. Bird, you came so quickly? Zichun was extremely depressed. Although he had guessed that the other party would catch up with him, Zichun had never thought that it would be so fast. It had only been 1 day and 1 night. After simply packing up his things, Zichun jumped out of the window and flew out of the town. The Bird discovered Zichun in the sky and repeatedly cried out. The black-clothed man's figure flickered and killed his way into the town. He followed Zichun and left. After leaving Cloud Ridge Town, Zichun did not take the main road. Instead, he rushed into the dense forest. The dense foliage blocked the Bird's line of sight. After another chase, Zichun gnashed his teeth in hatred. However, he was unable to get rid of the other party. Zichun madly ran through the dense forest. While he was running, his comprehension of the 9 lightning fleeting times deepened. His speed increased by a lot. He left the black-clothed man and the Bird far behind. After that, Zichun found a hidden cave and entered. Time was of the essence. He had to increase his strength. Once he broke through to the Xiantian realm, Zichun would be able to kill them all in one fell swoop. The Bird lost track of Zichun and flew above the dense forest. Soon, it flew past the place where Zichun was hiding. The sound of the wind in the forest rang out. The black-clothed man also flew with extreme speed and soon disappeared. Inside the cave, Zichun was refining the Xiantian pellet. His body emitted a faint silver light, but it was well hidden by the cave entrance. Half a day later, the Bird turned back and circled above the dense forest. It seemed that it had determined that Zichun was in this area. The Bird cried out and flapped its wings, creating gusts of wind. Below, the Bird constantly swayed as it flew at a low altitude, searching for traces of Zichun. It almost overturned the cover that Zichun was hiding in. The black-clothed men turned back and began a carpet search in the dense forest. The sky gradually darkened. There were no stars and no moon tonight, which greatly reduced the black-clothed men's speed. In the latter half of the night, it started to rain heavily. The bean-sized raindrops fell down, making splashing sounds. After a while, the rain started to pour down. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. So unlucky, why is it raining now? This damn weather. Where can we find him in such a heavy rain? The black-clothed men repeatedly cursed and looked for a place to take shelter from the rain. Even the Bird landed in the forest and stopped flying. The heavy rain continued for a whole day and night, which bought precious time for Zichun. After the rain stopped, the black-clothed men continued to look for Zichun. The Bird was sure that Zichun was in this forest. The black-clothed men cursed and looked for all possible hiding places. Just when they found a cave, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the cave, followed by a dazzling silver light. The black-clothed men were caught off guard. Under Zichen's rain-like attacks, they were quickly killed. The others heard the news and rushed over. Some were fast and some were slow. Another battle broke out in the dense forest. The sound of thunder and lightning continued to be heard. Because they separated to look for Zichen, Zichen had the opportunity to kill them one by one. On this day, the black-clothed men suffered heavy losses. A total of 3 black-clothed men fell in the hands of Zichen. At the same time, a pung bird died. Of the 4 pung birds, only one was left. This pung bird was frightened. It didn't dare to land and only monitored from the sky. The black-clothed men were scared and didn't dare to separate. After a day, they finally found Zichen under the warning of the only pung bird. However, they found that the difference in speed between the 2 sides was too big. They couldn't catch him at all. Damn it, we really miscalculated. This kid is really strange. That old guy must have given him the thing. Go back and find reinforcements. The leader of the black-clothed men said angrily. After nearly a month of chasing, he finally knew the difference between the 2 sides. On that day, 4 of the 5 pung birds came and one of them carried the corpse back. The true energy boundary powerhouses also went back. Chasing a Sciention-level powerhouse, they naturally disdained to act. The only pung birds silently disappeared. The black-clothed men were still chasing Zichen, but without the help of the pung bird, their efficiency was greatly reduced. 2 days later, Zichen left the black-clothed men behind in the mountains. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to kill one of the black-clothed men. After bypassing a huge mountain range and walking for another 2 days, Zichen came out of the mountain range and saw a road. This should be the road to Yunxia City. As long as I follow the road, I should be able to reach it. Zichen guessed in his heart as he walked on the road. A day later, Zichen passed by a small village. His eyes lit up as he prepared to get something to eat. During this period of time, he had only eaten wild fruits. His mouth was so bland that there was no oil in his stomach at all. This was a small village with about 20 households. The houses were arranged in an irregular pattern, and most of them were wooden houses. When Zichen arrived, he saw that the doors of each house were wide open, but no one came out. It was very quiet, and also very quiet. How can a village be so quiet? There aren't even any children? Zichen was puzzled. He walked towards the village. Suddenly, he smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. Blood. Zichen didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the big event that the waiter had told him before. There was a village where all the people had died. Could it be this village? Zichen sped up and flashed in. Then he saw corpses lying on the ground. The blood had dried up, but the corpses had not decomposed. Zichen guessed that these people should have died less than 3 days ago. Zichen's stomach churned. He couldn't bear to see the scene in front of him. These villagers had died miserably. Most of them were old people, women, and children. The smallest of them was a baby in swaddling clothes, but they were still killed by sharp weapons. Although there were no fierce beasts nearby, there were wild animals. Zichen didn't want the corpses of the dead to be desecrated, so he burned these houses clean. For a long time, the scene of the villagers' deaths couldn't disappear from Zichen's mind. Among them, the baby gave a huge impact to him. They didn't even let go of a baby. It's simply inhumane. Zichen's heart surged with killing intent. For the past few days, he had no appetite at all. He only drank a little water and was unable to calm down while cultivating. Every time he closed his eyes, his mind would be filled with the scenes he had seen before. The innocent eyes of the little baby that had lost all of its life force. There were no impurities, and it was incomparably clear. He kept telling himself that once he found the culprit, he must kill him and torture him to death. Zichen had never wanted to kill someone so much. Even when Zhaokan wanted to kill him, Zichen also blamed himself. He had trusted his brother wrongly. The main reason why Zhaokan attacked him was because of him. However, it was different this time. Zichen was determined to kill that extremely cruel thing. 2 days later, Zichen saw another small village. There were more than 100 people in the village, and none were spared. They were all dead. Chapter 90. 2 days later, Zichen passed through 2 more small villages and found the same problem. No one was left alive. Zichen used 9 lightning passes, which made his speed even faster. Finally, after 3 days, he found something. This was also a small village. There were dozens of families in the village, and they were all killed one by one. When Zichen arrived, he found that the blood on the ground had not dried up. It should be in front. Along the way, Zichen walked in a straight line, and the murderer also walked in a straight line, leading directly to Yunxia City. Turning into lightning, Zichen once again chased after them. 1 day later, outside a small village, Zichen found traces of a human. It was a masked man wrapped in black clothes, very similar to the person who chased after Zichen. At this time, the masked man was holding a long sword and flying towards the small village. The quiet village was completely chaotic because of the arrival of the black-clothed man. Bursts of mournful voices sounded, and screams sounded. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us?" A middle-aged woman, holding a 3 or 4-year-old child in her arms, kept retreating, eyes full of horror. "Humph!" The masked man sneered, and the sword in his hand suddenly flashed. 2 people fell to the ground, blood flowing. "Please, don't kill us. Help. Murderous Demon King. You are a murderous Demon King." The black-clothed man was very fast, and he did not talk nonsense. As soon as he entered the village, more than a dozen people died in an instant. Screams, cries for help, and curses constantly sounded. The villagers were helpless, frightened, and desperate. This was a tragic scene. The black-clothed man was powerful, but he raised a butcher's knife to kill ordinary people. Blood dyed this remote village, and the villagers' corpses were everywhere. No. A young woman was holding a 1-month-old baby in her arms. She was running away in fear. Because of her panic, she accidentally fell, but she still held the baby in her arms tightly. The baby was fine, but the skin on her face was scraped, and her flesh was badly mangled. "Don't kill me." Covered in blood, the woman kept retreating, eyes full of horror. The baby in her arms was sucking his little finger, closed his eyes, and slept sweetly with a smile on his face. Hee. The black-clothed man let out a rare evil laugh. His emotionless eyes looked at the sleeping baby, emitting a rare light, like a bloodthirsty light. With a cruel smile, he raised his weapon again. Shwa. With a flash of sword light, the sharp sword drew a cold light and pierced towards the baby. The woman screamed in horror. When the sword light came, she used her body to shield the baby in her arms. "Stop, you bastard!" A loud shout suddenly rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the woman. Immediately after that, a fist radiating silver light appeared and struck towards the sword. Clang! His long sword was knocked away by a strong force. The masked man was forced to take several steps back before he could stabilize his body. When he looked in front of him again, he saw that a black-robed young man had appeared out of nowhere. The young man had a handsome appearance and wore black clothes. However, his eyes were completely red due to anger, and a merciless killing intent surged around him. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living?" The masked man stared coldly at Zichen, his sword dripping with blood. "Young hero, please save us. We have no enmity with him. Young hero, please save us. We are all ordinary villagers. We are innocent. Woo-woo, my dear. Wake up. Father, wake up. Mother, where are you?" All kinds of voices rang in his ears. Zichen's eyes turned red. He wanted nothing more than to eat the masked man alive. After indicating for the woman to retreat with the baby, Zichen said loudly, "Don't worry. I will definitely meddle in today's matter. This bastard will die without a doubt." After slaughtering several villages along the way, Zichen's hatred for the masked man had reached an extreme level. At this moment, every word that came out of his mouth was filled with merciless killing intent. "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you know who I am?" The masked man said coldly, "I didn't before, but now I know. You are a bastard, a dead bastard." Zichen's voice was cold and ruthless. Those people along the way were all killed by you, right? Brat, did you follow me for those ordinary mortals? Their lives are cheap, so it doesn't matter if they die. It seems so. Don't worry, bastard. I won't let you die easily. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret being born into this world. Zichen's body was emitting a faint silver light. The Zhenqi of the peak of the Zhenqi realm was revolving around his body. All the villagers who had lost their loved ones were grieving, but they didn't cry. They didn't want the young man to be distracted by their cries. The uninjured were supporting the injured. Everyone's eyes were looking at Zichen. Their eyes were full of hope and longing for life. Haha, I thought you were powerful. So you were just a Zhenqi realm cultivator. Meddling in other people's business, I will kill you today. The masked man laughed and completely relaxed. He was in the Xiantian realm, so it was easy for him to deal with a Zhenqi realm cultivator. Die. Zichen didn't waste time talking. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Like a flash of lightning, he rushed toward the masked man. So fast, the masked man's face changed. He immediately retreated. His footwork was very mysterious. His body was like an illusion. In an instant, 3 phantoms appeared and retreated in 3 different directions. Zichen clenched his right hand into a fist. Rays of silver light flashed. His qi and blood surged in his body. He was like an angry demon beast, attacking with lightning speed. At this moment, Zichen showed the masked man what extreme speed was. His body flickered, and he used his extreme speed footwork. He punched 3 times in a row. Each punch was aimed at one of the phantoms. The first 2 phantoms dissipated in an instant. The third one made a pong sound. Zichen had hit the real one. Get lost. The masked man was sent flying by the power of one punch. Then, a cold light flashed in his hand. His long sword pierced forward. The tip of the sword was cold and sharp. Pong! Zichen punched out, shattering the long sword. Countless shards shot out in all directions like hidden weapons, frightening the group of villagers and forcing them to retreat again. Ah, how is this possible? You! The masked man shouted. He was ready to escape. The person in front of him was not strong, but his body was very strong. He was too fierce. After 2 attacks, the masked man showed signs of defeat. However, before the phantoms around him could appear again, he was sent flying by Zichen's extremely fast punch. Crack! This time, because of the strength, several of the masked man's ribs were broken. The masked man was terrified and quickly retreated. You bastard! However, Zichen was like the masked man's shadow. No matter how the masked man tried to escape, Zichen was always able to stick close to him. Under Zichen's great strength, the masked man's Xiantian Jinqi protection was instantly shattered. Zichen's face was gloomy. He punched again. With a crack sound, the masked man's ribs were broken again. The Zhenqi that had just appeared was also scattered. Boy, if you dare to kill me, I promise you will die miserably. The masked man was in pain again and directly threatened. You want to die? It's not that easy. I already said that I will make you wish you were dead. Zichen grabbed the masked man. Zhenqi surged between his fingers, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. One of the masked man's arms was completely shattered by Zichen. Ah, boy, if you kill me, you will provoke a natural enemy. Even if you are the son of the Red Cloud City Lord, you will die without a doubt. Crack! Zichen's expression was cold. He used more strength in his hand, and the masked man's other arm was shattered. However, it looked as good as before. Let me go, or you will die miserably. The masked man's forehead was covered with sweat, but he was still threatening. He was very tough. When you massacred the village, why didn't you think about letting others go? You didn't even let the babies go. You are worse than a beast. Zichen stepped down and stomped on the masked man's abdomen. With the sound of spirit, abdomen was crippled. The masked man's life could be considered to be ruined. But today, his life could be considered to have come to an end. After abdomen was crippled, the masked man's expression instantly became dispirited. His eyes were filled with despair. He groaned and no longer spoke. Crack! Another sound rang out. This time, it was the masked man's leg bones. From his ankle to the base of his leg, It was completely shattered. Hearing the cracking sound, the villagers were very frightened. Their eyelids and mouths twitched, but no one came out to stop him. Some people's eyes were filled with endless hatred. Crack! The masked man clenched his teeth and unexpectedly didn't scream. This was very rare. "Kill me. I will wait for you below," the masked man said in a heavy voice. His forehead was full of cold sweat. "You will undoubtedly die today, but I will not accompany you." Zichen's expression was cold. This kind of scum should be killed hundreds of times, saved, and then killed again. "You have killed so many people. If you die so easily, it will be the greatest injustice to you. So, I want to be fair." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at the frightened and angry villagers and said, "This man has killed people like flies. He has already massacred a few villages. The elderly and children were not spared. Now, it's time for you to take revenge." Zichen originally thought that these villagers were cowards and was about to say a few more words. However, he never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, the villagers would gather with a clatter. In their hands were hoes, shovels, carrying poles, and all kinds of weapons. "Young hero, we, Qingshui village, are grateful to you," an old man with a carrying pole in his hand said gratefully to Zichen. But he turned around and hit the masked man's head. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the masked man was in the Xiantian realm before, so his body was very strong. One hit from the pole was fine. If it was an ordinary person, he would probably be dead. "Young hero, you are the savior of our village." An old man knelt down in front of Zichen. Previously, Zichen saw that this old man's body was trembling, but his attacks were ruthless and were full of dirty tricks. "Uncle, you can't do this." Zichen hurriedly helped the old man up. The masked man was a tough man, but facing the attacks of so many villagers and the women who were stabbing him with needles, the tough man couldn't take it anymore. He screamed and begged. His voice was so miserable that it was comparable to the villagers' cries for help. "You want to die? It's not that easy, you demon." The woman who was saved by Zichen said coldly with a face full of blood. The baby in his arms had already woken up, and there was a sweet smile on its face as it looked at the masked man. Its smile was very pure and innocent. At this moment, a thick needle that was as long as a finger pierced into the masked man's body, completely disappearing. This, Zichen, who was at the side, was speechless. His mouth twitched as he saw the needle piercing in and out of the masked man's body. "Young hero, thank you so much. You saved our Qingshui village." A butcher who was holding a butcher's knife came forward and thanked Lin Fan respectfully. His eyes were full of admiration. Zichen clearly saw the butcher's knife chopping off the masked man's arm as if he was chopping ribs. Then, the butcher's knife was snatched away by a scholar-looking man. The scholar-looking man's strength wasn't any weaker than the butcher's. Screams like pigs being slaughtered could be heard. Zichen's forehead was covered in sweat. These villagers who came to thank him seemed harmless, but their attacks were more ruthless than Zichen's. Chapter 91. Even though the masked man was crippled, he still had a strong vitality. He held on for a full 2 hours before he was killed. His death was very miserable. There was no complete corpse. Not even a piece of bone that was bigger than a palm was left behind. This bastard killed so many people. What a sin. Sigh, the heavens are unfair. This bastard killed so many people. Why did he only have one life to pay for it? My fellow villagers in heaven, I hope you can rest in peace. We have avenged you. After the punishment, the small village was filled with sadness. It started to drizzle as if it was complaining about the injustice of these ordinary people. Human lives were like grass. One person died and an entire village died. How tragic. Speaking of the previous villages, many of the villagers sighed. Some of them even shed tears. They had relatives in those villages. The village that was originally filled with joy was filled with sadness today. Zichen was their savior. Naturally, no one would forget him. The villagers treated him like a god. They killed pigs and goats to let Zichen have a good meal. "Thank you, but there is really no need. I have urgent matters to attend to. I have to leave." He helped others to resolve the crisis, but no one helped Zichun. There were still people chasing after him. Young hero, you are the savior of our Qingshui village. No matter what, you have to have a good meal today. The villagers kept urging him to stay. I will go back and kill the pigs. The butcher took back his knife. It had already been cleaned. I still have an old hen at home. It is 5 or 6 years old. I will go and kill it. I still have some cured meat at home. It is ready. The villagers were all very enthusiastic. The corpses of the dead villagers were not cold yet. Many of their faces were filled with sadness, but they still wanted to reward Zichun. They wanted to let him have a good meal. Everyone was grateful to Zichun from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at these simple villagers, Zichun lamented in his heart. The heavens were unfair. The simple villagers only wanted to survive. They wanted to eat every day and live a good life. They did not cause any trouble. However, trouble took the initiative to find them. One person died and an entire village died. Zichun left. He really could not eat. The corpses of the villagers were not cold yet. He did not want to harm them anymore. When he left, all the villagers came out to see him off. Before leaving, Zichun left behind 10 yuan stone slags, which were the common currency of the continent. They could be exchanged for gold and silver, but gold and silver could not be exchanged for yuan stone slags. All the villagers were moved to tears and refused. Zichun just shook his head and left. Now that the masked man was killed, he was finally able to settle one of his worries. Following the guidance of the villagers, he finally found the main road leading to Yunxia City after an hour. Walking along the main road, Zichun's stomach started to growl. He hadn't had a full meal in a long time. The villagers' deaths had made him lose his appetite, but his stomach was empty, so he complained in advance. Where can I get food? Zichun looked around. There were no wild fruits at all. There were only trees with lush foliage that did not grow wild fruits. Do you want to eat the leaves? If I had known earlier, I would have taken a piece of bacon, Zichun said in his heart. When he left, the villagers heard him say that he was going to Yunxia City, the largest city here. They all said that it was a long journey and brought some food for Zichun, but he refused. If Zichun had to choose again, he would naturally refuse. He was a cultivator. He couldn't survive without food, let alone those ordinary villagers. After walking for another 2 hours, Zichun finally saw a tree full of wild fruits. He picked a few. Although they tasted raw, Zichun's heart was sweet. After eating, he drank 2 mouthfuls of water to get rid of the bitterness in his mouth. Zichun picked more than a dozen wild fruits to eat on the road and walked along the main road. He did not know when martial ancestors' people would catch up, so Zichun's speed was very fast. A day later, at a fork in the road, he found traces of wheels. According to the villagers, the direction of the wheels seemed to be in the direction of Yunxia City. Dust was flying on the road, and Zichun finally saw human beings. It was a caravan with 2 large carts of goods pulled by several fine horses. There was also a slightly luxurious carriage. Zichun did not rush forward, but just watched from a distance. There were more than a dozen people in the caravan, each of them carrying a sword. Among them, there was a man with a big beard who stood out the most. He looked rough and fierce, but he was the only one who didn't carry a sword. The others looked ordinary, and it would be hard to notice them in a crowd. However, each of them carried a sword, and they looked like a group of mercenaries. Zichun followed the other party for 2 days. He felt that the other party was just an ordinary mercenary. They should be escorting the bearded man to Yunxia City. After confirming, he was ready to go forward and asked them to give him a ride. After eating the hard-to-swallow wild fruit for the last time, Zichun stood up from the ground and walked forward. After walking for a few hundred meters, when he walked past a big tree, suddenly a change occurred. In the blink of an eye, several cold weapons appeared in front of Zichun. Their speed was very fast, and they stopped at his neck in an instant. 4 people appeared from the dark, and 2 of the 4 weapons were at his throat. What are you doing? Zichun raised both of his hands in the air, and his expression became flustered. Speak, who are you, and why are you following us? A middle-aged man walked out from behind the tree. He looked very ordinary, but Zichun felt a dangerous aura from him. Now Zichun had killed several Xiantian masters. Just a glance was enough to give him a dangerous aura. He was at least a true element realm master. Zichen's heart jumped. This ordinary man was actually a true element realm master, and the 4 people next to him were Xiantian masters. This team is strange. In such a small team, there were 5 strong masters. Zichen no longer thought that the other party was ordinary. This was all a disguise, and their strength was very strong. These 5 people were from the previous team. Zichen did not care about their existence before, but at this moment, a sword was at his throat, and he did not notice it. I'm innocent. I'm not following you. I just want to go to Yunxia City and see if you can give me a ride. Zichen cried out with a bitter face. Humph, sneakily following us for a few days, just to go to Yunxia City? The middle-aged man's eyes became cold. Zichen's face was full of embarrassment, and he said, I was afraid that you were bad people, so I did not dare to go. I quietly observed you for 2 days and found that you are just ordinary mercenaries, so I hope you can take me with you. Zichen said very sincerely, and his expression was very embarrassed. If you don't want to, I will follow behind you and will not disturb you. At this time, another person came from the direction that Zichen came from, and in his hand was the remaining wild fruit that Zichen ate. These are the things. There are no marks. The middle-aged man picked up the leftover wild fruit, carefully looked at it, and then looked at Zichen. Okay, I admit it. Zichen's expression was even more embarrassed. I don't have anything to eat, and recently I have been eating wild fruits. I want to follow you because I want to get something to eat. Humph. The middle-aged man sneered and threw away the wild fruit in his hand. You can follow us, but let's see if you are qualified. After saying that, he looked at one of the 4 people. 3 of the 4 people put away their swords, but the last person raised his sword and stabbed. The sword flashed and cut Zichen's neck. Are you guys going to kill me? I just want to follow you guys and get some food. It's an emergency. Is there a need for you guys to kill me? Zichen let out a strange cry. His eyes were filled with fear. With a tap of his feet, he dodged to the side. Slash. Although he dodged the attack, a piece of cloth around his neck was cut off. What do you want? I don't want to take advantage of you. I have primordial stones. I have primordial stone fragments. I can give them to you. Zichen kept retreating, and in a panic, he took out a piece of primordial stone fragment. During this time, the man with the sword attacked several more times, and each of his attacks brushed past Zichen's clothes. His methods were ruthless. If Zichen didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, he would have been dead already. Don't kill me. Zichen stepped on a stone by accident, and his whole body sat on the ground. Then, a sharp sword flashed and cut Zichen's neck. I'll give you 2 pieces of primordial stone fragments. Seeing that his life was in danger, Zichen shouted and took out another piece of primordial stone fragment. At this moment, the long sword stopped at Zichen's throat. The tip of the sword carried an eerie chill. Just a little bit more and Zichen would have lost his life. Who? Zichen gasped for breath, and cold sweat dripped down his head. His eyes were full of panic. Here, 2 pieces of primordial stone fragments. Zichen carefully handed over the primordial stone fragments in his hand, ready to give them to the person in front, who knew that the other party just curled his lips, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and put away the long sword. True Chi level 10, should be 20 years old. His talent is average. The middle-aged man said indifferently, I'll be 20 in a month. Zichen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said guiltily, I think it's a month away from 21. There was laughter all around, and every ordinary person looked at Zichen with disdain. Damn it, you're still disdainful? Look at your faces. Zichen cursed in his heart. He was actually despised by such a group of people, but on the surface, he showed that his lie had been exposed and was even more embarrassed. Take back your primordial stones. We can take you with us and give you good food and drink. You don't have to pay anything. The middle-aged man said. So simple? Zichen was suspicious. Of course not. When we arrive at Yunxia City, you have to do something for us. If it's killing, I won't do it. I hate killing people. Zichen quickly waved his hand and said, I'll give you the primordial stones. Humph. Why would we need to find a waste like you to kill people? Someone next to him coldly snorted. We don't want you to kill people. We just want you to deliver a message. The middle-aged man said with a smile, That's good, as long as you don't kill people. As for delivering a message, it doesn't hurt or itch. That's fine, but I've been eating and drinking you all the way here. Just delivering a message seems like a loss. I can deliver a few more messages. Zichen said honestly. Humph, you're honest. Don't worry, there's only one message. The middle-aged man sneered and then walked forward. Chapter 92. After a few days of getting along, Zichen finally realized how naive his previous idea was. Just by following people for 2 days and seeing nothing unusual about them, he thought that they were ordinary mercenaries. In fact, they were not ordinary at all, except for their appearance. There were a total of 18 people, driving 2 big carts with unknown goods. In addition, there was a carriage with a patient in it, which the bearded man was taking care of. The bearded man had a rough appearance. He was the employer of these people. He looked very fierce. He had a fat head and big ears, and his face was fierce. From time to time, the old man's cough could be heard in the carriage. According to the bearded man, they were going to Red Cloud City to see a doctor. But who would bring 15 innate masters and 3 true energy boundary masters to see a doctor? What's more, since the bearded man could hire them, he couldn't be an ordinary person. Zichen couldn't see through his strength. Everyone treated Zichen quite well. There was food and drink, meat and wine, and he didn't need to do anything. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would chat with him when they had nothing to do. The 18 people looked very ordinary, but Zichen didn't dare to be careless. Why hasn't Ninth Brother come back yet? It's been more than 10 days. He should have come back long ago. For the past few days, Zichen could always hear such discussions, but he didn't care. In the evening, the sun was setting, and red clouds appeared in the sky. Everyone stopped. For the past few days, the only thing that made Zichen dissatisfied was that they were too slow. Martial Ancestors' people could catch up at any time. Zichen was very anxious, but now, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Boy, time to eat. The bonfire was rising. The barbecue meat on a bamboo stick had turned golden, and the fat fell on the bonfire, making a crackling sound. What made Zichen extremely dissatisfied was the speed, but he was most satisfied with the food. The barbecue was a very thin guy, and his control of the fire was very good. Even from far away, the barbecue emitted a strong barbecue smell. Zichen ate it every day, but he didn't feel tired. Several seniors, I don't know what you are going to Yunsha City for? Everyone was eating in silence when Zichen suddenly asked. No one paid any attention to him. No one even looked at him. Didn't I tell you everything? Big Beard's rough voice rang out. Zichen smiled awkwardly and said, Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, Red Cloud City is said to be one of the 7 main cities. It's very large, so there should be a lot of powerhouses there. The True Energy Realm middle-aged man, who often chatted with Zichen, said, Of course there are a lot of them. Countless of them. True Energy Realm cultivators are nothing more than cannon fodder there. There are more geniuses? The middle-aged man glanced at Zichen and said with a faint smile, If you think you are a genius, then there are at least 100,000 geniuses like you in Yunsha City. Zichen sucked in a breath of cold air. What the middle-aged man meant was that there were at least 100,000 true Chi 10th level cultivators in the Red Cloud City. So many geniuses? Zichen was shocked. Puff. But as soon as his voice fell, several people spat out the food they had just eaten. One by one, they looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. One of them laughed and said, Boy, you don't really think of yourself as a genius, do you? Isn't that so? Zichen retorted. During this time, they had never asked for Zichen's name or where Zichen came from. Bullshit. One of them said rudely, You dare to call yourself a genius? If the real geniuses of Red Cloud City were to show you, you would be scared to death. Zichen was not to be outdone and said, How powerful are they? At my age, I don't believe they can reach the true energy realm. Zichen's words attracted all the disdainful eyes. At your age, boy, to tell you the truth, don't be scared to death. The number 1 genius of Red Cloud City, Wang Qiong, reached the true energy realm at the age of 19. The number 2 genius, Wang Xian'er, reached the true energy realm at the age of 18 and a half. The man looked at Zichen proudly and said, "At your age, you haven't reached the Xiantian realm at 21. You're really a toad in a well. You don't know how high the sky is." "What? At the age of 19, I reached the true energy realm?" Zichen was shocked and didn't care about other people's sarcasm. According to the normal age, Zichen was 19 this year, almost 20, but he hadn't reached the Xiantian realm yet. But the other party was at the true energy realm. The gap between the two could be said to be too big, almost comparable to heaven and earth. "No, you're lying," Zichen suddenly said. The number 1 genius broke through to the true energy realm at the age of 19 and the number 2 at the age of 18 and a half. They are more powerful than the number 1. So why are they number 2? You don't even know how to lie. "Idiot," the man said proudly. "That's because Wang Xian'er is Wang Qiong's younger sister. What's there to compete with her own brother?" Although Wang Xian'er announced to the public that she broke through at the age of 19 and a half, some people found out that her potential is more powerful than her brother's. She was directly hidden by the City Lord. Hidden by the City Lord? Is the City Lord a man? Zichen suddenly asked. "What are you thinking about?" The crowd looked at Zichen with disdain. The City Lord is her father. Zichen was speechless. The man seemed to be addicted to talking, and Zichen didn't ask any more questions. He was still feeling inferior. The man continued, "The siblings are very talented and strong, but they have a weakness. They like to meddle in other people's business and fight for justice. It's just that they have nothing better to do." "That's a good point," Zichen muttered to himself. "If someone finds out about this kind of person's weakness, then—" The man continued, as if he was addicted to talking. "Old 8, go and see if there's any danger around." Suddenly, an indifferent voice interrupted the man's words. Old 8 reacted and quickly shut his mouth. He glared fiercely at Zichen and turned to leave. After Old 8 left, the place fell into silence. Only the crackling of the bonfire could be heard. The night passed without a word. The next morning, everyone ate and continued on their way. "Why isn't Old 9 back yet?" It was the same question again. "Could it be that he's addicted to killing? Didn't we tell him to hurry up?" Someone else said. Zichen was indifferent before, but after hearing their conversation, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a masked man dressed in black. Could he be Old 9? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. It was a pity that he didn't see the masked man's face that day. Suddenly, Zichen looked at their weapons. They were all swords, and they were very similar to the masked man's weapons. Could it be them? They're the ones who ordered the masked man to kill the villagers. But why? Zichen's expression was unnatural. Along the way, no one paid any attention to Zichen. He was just a passerby. Because no one cared about him, they didn't avoid talking to him. Old 9 won't be in trouble, right? Impossible. What can a bunch of ants do to Old 9? He's definitely not serious enough, so he wants to make a big deal out of it. When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. A ball of fire burned in his heart. He hadn't expected the masked man to have accomplices, and they were all extremely cruel people. Zichen's heart was in chaos. The masked man was with them. Birds of a feather flocked together. These people were definitely people who killed people like scything flax. Leaving him to deliver the message was obviously suicide. He wanted to leave, but he had a very bad feeling. It was as if a poisonous snake was hiding in the dark and could kill him at any time. Zichen didn't say anything. He quietly observed the situation and prepared to leave at any time. On the second day, Zichen's mind suddenly flashed like lightning. He seemed to understand why they were doing this. That day, Old 8 had only spoken half of what he wanted to say when he was stopped. After 2 days of thinking, Zichen seemed to be able to guess what he wanted to say. Take advantage of this weakness and deliberately find something to lure them out. Then we can kill them. Their goal is the 2 siblings. Zichen was shocked. These people were really bold. They even dared to touch the children of the Red Cloud City's City Lord. They simply ate a lion's heart and leopard's guts. No, the 2 siblings are at least in the true element boundary. They are also recognized as geniuses. Their strength is naturally strong. How can they kill these small fries? Zichun denied this guess in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes looked at the carriage. This was an unusual team. Everyone had problems. The mercenaries were like this. The bearded man was like this. But what about the seriously ill one in the carriage? Is the one in the carriage the strongest, far beyond the true element boundary? Zichun's heart suddenly became cold. He felt that the air he breathed in had a chill. If it was as he guessed, he would definitely die. Moreover, in this case, he did not dare to run. I hope the siblings don't come out. Otherwise, it's all over. This was a carefully calculated conspiracy against the Wang siblings. Once they appeared, Zichun guessed that they would kill them in one blow. Then, when the time came, they would take him with them. Zichun absent-mindedly followed behind them. A few days later, they were close to the Red Cloud City. The previous peaceful atmosphere seemed to be a lot more tense. Zichun did not have a chance to escape in these days. He prayed that the martial ancestors' people would catch up, but his wish did not come true. Through this canyon, we will reach the Red Cloud City. The middle-aged man rarely explained to Zichun. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Everyone walked towards the canyon. There were steep canyons on both sides of the valley, but they were very spacious. They were not afraid of falling stones. The canyon was deep and quiet. The breeze in the air was a little cold. Everyone walked very slowly and carefully. When they reached the center of the valley, suddenly there was a trembling sound. Wang, heaven and earth changed. The space began to tremble and distort. Then, a sword light broke through the void and appeared. It carried a dense chill and boundless killing intent as it rushed towards the crowd. Be careful, it's an ambush, the middle-aged man shouted. His whole body was covered in a bright light. Yuan power surrounded his body and a powerful aura erupted. He raised his hand and attacked the sword light. Boom! Chapter 93. There were a lot of swords, hundreds of them, shining with a cold light. Killing intent filled the air. No one knew how they appeared, but once they appeared, they attacked the crowd. Pong, pong, pong. The three true energy realm warriors attacked one after another. Yuanli violently surged, and terrifying attacks appeared one after another. The whole space was trembling from the attacks, and the swords were shattered one after another. These swords were all made of energy. Although they were not real, they were very powerful. Clang! The sound of long swords being unsheathed rang out from behind them. 15 people unsheathed their swords. Their footwork was extremely fast as they dodged the attacks of the sword lights. They used the same type of attacking sword skills. Like poisonous snakes, they dodged the incoming sword lights. Their angles were tricky, sharp, and vicious. Their attacks were ruthless and decisive. With each attack, they could always shatter a sword light. However, there were so many sword lights that it was impossible to guard against them. Pong! The surging aura and Xiantian Jinqi were constantly flowing. In an instant, dozens of sword lights dissipated, but there were still more coming. They were cold, chilling, and filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Pooh! 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 The sword lights flashed quickly. 3 of the Xiantian warriors were pierced through by dozens of swords. Their vitality dissipated, and they fell to the ground. Their powerful protective Zhenqi couldn't protect them. It's them. Zichun at the back relied on the 9 lightning deaths to easily dodge the sword lights. Seeing the 15 people attack, his eyes became extremely cold. He had already recognized that the sword art used by these people was exactly the same as that of the masked man. They were in cahoots. All his guesses had come true. The first wave of sword lights was shattered after a few breaths. Only 12 of the 15 Xiantian warriors were left. The horses pulling the carriage were all killed by the sword lights. Blood gushed out, and no one was lucky enough to survive. The goods on the carriage fell to the ground. They were just ordinary food, and not worth so many warriors escorting them. They had other plans. The bearded man jumped on the carriage and blocked all the sword lights. The moment he attacked, Zichun felt his strength. He was actually at the true energy realm. Among the 19 people, there were actually 4 true energy boundary experts and 15 Xiantian boundary experts. A single wave of attacks had killed 3 people, and no one had seen who the enemy was. This was very sad. Be careful. The enemy may be hiding in the dark. Be careful. Be alert. No one paid any attention to Zichun. Whether he lived or died, it was up to the heavens. But soon after, another change occurred. The space in the canyon started to distort again. After that, a merciless sword in tint appeared. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, crushing down on everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Beams of resplendent light appeared in all directions. Each beam of light was a sword that emitted a dazzling brilliance. This time, there were thousands of sword lights that appeared out of thin air. They carried substantial energy as they rushed towards the group of people. Not good. This is the Wang family's Thousand Illusions sword formation. Seeing the sword lights coming from all directions, the bearded man's expression instantly changed. He exclaimed, "The Wang clan has discovered us. We have a traitor here." Everyone's gaze turned towards Zichun in the distance. Their eyes were cold and ruthless. However, the latter was currently dodging the sword lights. How could he have the time to pay attention to them? Zichun's body turned into a silver light. Like a bolt of lightning, he shuttled through the sword lights at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword lights brushed past Zichun's clothes and rushed forward. Zichun was like an agile dancer, performing an agile dance. However, this was the dance of death. One wrong step and his life would be lost. Block these sword lights first. Damn it, they actually set up a Yuan formation to block us. It seems like they were already prepared. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. His body suddenly exploded, and an unparalleled energy surged out of his body. With a terrifying might, he attacked forward. Boom! Many sword lights were shattered and dissipated into energy, but even more sword lights whistled past. Pft, pft, pft. This time, more Xiantian experts died. Facing the numerous sword lights coming from all directions, they had no way to dodge. They could only be pierced by the sword lights. The people of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion have started a massacre in my Yunxia city. Today is the day you die. I, Wang Qiong, will also go to the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion to learn from you in the future. Outside the Yuan formation, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Listening to the voice, it turned out to be the #1 genius of Yunxia City, Wang Qiong. Zichun was shocked. Wang Qiong really came. He subconsciously glanced at the carriage guarded by the bearded man. There was no sound, as if the old man had already died. At this moment, Zichun's life was in danger. Listening to the other party's tone, it seemed that they were going to kill him too. Hence, he couldn't care less about the lives of others. His footwork flickered as he dodged thousands of sword lights. Every step he took was on the verge of death. The Thousand Illusionary Sword Formation was extremely powerful. It was known as the Offensive Yuan Formation. Once it was used, its power was unparalleled. Countless sword lights appeared, covering the sky and earth. Killing intent filled the air, and sword intent wreaked havoc. The dazzling light directly illuminated all directions of the Yuan Formation. Pft, pft, pft. Another few Xiantian experts couldn't avoid the sword lights and died under the sword lights. In the midst of the sword lights, they couldn't dodge or escape. They could only wait for death. Seventh brother, eighth brother. Sorrowful cries sounded continuously as the Xiantian experts fell one after another. The entire sky was filled with sword lights. There was no empty space in the origin formation. They were already surrounded by sword lights. Moreover, each sword light was extremely powerful. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like an inescapable net that covered all directions. Pong! Zichun waved his silver fist. Silver light wreaked havoc and electric snakes swam. When he couldn't avoid the sword lights, he smashed a few of them. He was safe for now, but his black clothes were tattered and almost cut into pieces. They were still hanging on his body. Boom! The bearded man was forced to retreat. Numerous sword lights landed on the carriage. With a loud bang, the carriage collapsed. The old man inside didn't make any sound and seemed to have died. Damn traitor! It's you. It must be you. An Xiantian expert turned his head and saw that Zichun was still intact. His eyes were spitting fire. He abandoned the sword lights and charged towards Zichun. Idiot, what do you mean by me? Zichen scolded. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a silver light and flashed to the side. Ft, ft, ft. A series of light sounds were heard. At the position where he was standing previously, at least a dozen sword lights appeared. All of them pierced into the expert's body. The latter was sent flying by the huge impact of the sword lights, and his vitality dissipated. You are hiding your strength. Who else could it be if not you? During this time, another Xiantian expert died. The sky was densely filled with sword lights like a super big net. They couldn't escape and were doomed. The Thousand Illusion Sword Formation was said to be unbreakable. In a short time, 7 or 8 experts had died. They were desperate, but they were ruthless. They rushed towards Zichen, wanting to drag him down with them. Get lost, Zichen shouted. He didn't hold back anymore. With a tap of his foot, he dodged the attack of a sword light and directly punched at the Xiantian expert in front of him. This punch was dazzling with silver light and was full of momentum. Its power was shocking. Boom! The powerful punch directly pushed the opponent back. In an instant, another person who had been pierced by the sword appeared. During this time, Zichen had also been hit twice. One of the sword had scratched his skin, which was a superficial wound, and the other sword had almost pierced through his chest. The power of the sword light was too strong. Even with Zichen's strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Kill. It must be this traitor. He betrayed us. We must kill him before we die. The other Xiantian experts who were lucky not to die, but also felt that they wouldn't live for long. They all rushed towards Zichen. Traitor? You are just a bunch of trash. Do you need people to betray you? He was already something that deserved to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. He committed all sorts of crimes and was extremely tragic. He didn't do any good and did all sorts of bad things. Zichen didn't want to be outdone. He kept dodging in this sword formation. Now, facing the siege of 4 or 5 people, he didn't need to kill them. He just needed to stay alive. As long as he didn't die, the sword lights in the sky could kill them all. The 4 true energy realm powerhouses were trying their best to defend themselves. The power of the sword light was too strong, and they were unable to do anything about it. Pooh! 10,000 swords pierced through the heart. Zichen successfully killed one of them. I want you dead, you little thing. Another person came over with a sword. Zichen tapped his foot and flew over again. He was hit by 2 sword lights, but then dozens of sword lights pierced through his body. Another person died. Ah, let's kill him. The last 3 people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed towards Zichen. But at this moment, the power of the formation increased again. The sword light's power was even stronger than before, and its speed was even faster. Like a flash of lightning, it instantly destroyed the last 3 people. At this time, there were only 5 people left in the Yuan formation. 4 of them were true energy realm experts, and Zichen was true energy realm. So many Xiantian experts had died, but Zichen was still alive. This was simply a miracle. Good boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed coldly. A fierce attack appeared, and the endless sword lights exploded. But as the number of people decreased, the sword lights became more and more powerful. Wong! The void trembled, and even more sword lights flew over. They were even faster, and their power was even more ferocious. They were as fast as lightning. Pooh! One sword light after another was shattered by the middle-aged man, but there was still a sword light that pierced through his left shoulder. His body trembled, and his speed slowed down. In an instant, more sword light flew over, and the middle-aged man was pierced into a sieve by the sword light. Many bloody holes appeared on his body, and blood gushed out. Pung! A true energy realm expert died just like that. Zichen's heart trembled as he watched. Even the true energy realm cultivators had died, but he, a mere true energy realm cultivator, was still persevering. The 9 lightning deaths continued to revolve. At the same time, Zichen also swallowed a chi recovery pill. Teleporting within a small area consumed a lot of his energy. Chapter 94. In the huge canyon, the wind blew. It seemed calm, but there was a powerful killing array in the middle of a massacre. At this moment, Zichen's body was covered with wounds and blood. His heart was constantly supplying him with energy, so his life was not in danger for the time being. The Thousand Illusion Sword Array was an offensive yuan formation. It was very powerful and famous in Yunxia City. It was said that once this array was set up, no one would be able to survive. This array was obviously set up by Wang Qiong. The opponent had the strength of the true energy boundary. Therefore, the bearded man and the others could not even attack the array. They could only passively defend. As the yuan formation was activated, its power would become stronger and stronger. The sword light would become sharper and sharper until all lives were lost. However, the consumption was also great. Every second, yuan stones would be consumed. This was a sure-death situation. Zichen was in despair, but he still persevered. He would not give up until the last moment. "You're not King dead yet?" Zichun could not hold on any longer. The other three were also at their limits. One of them saw that Zichun was only injured and was still alive. He could not bear it anymore and cursed. However, this distraction allowed several sword lights to pierce through him. Another person died. "Don't talk," another expert shouted. His body exploded and boundless energy surged. He wanted to shatter the sword lights around him. However, before his attack landed, dozens of sword lights flew over and broke through his defense. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Countless sword lights pierced back and forth. In an instant, the other party no longer looked like a human. As the number of people decreased, the number of sword lights increased. At this moment, there were only 2 people left. Zichun complained incessantly. The wounds on his body were increasing. He felt that he had reached the end of his life. If not for his special heart, he would have died several times. At this moment, the bearded man, who was still persevering, suddenly turned his head and looked at Zichen with a pair of cold eyes. "I can't believe that I, an elder of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, will die here. My plan is for nothing. But you, kid, I misjudged you. You actually killed so many people. Even if you're a genius, we'll die together." The bearded man's eyes were filled with determination. His body surged with killing intent. His surging true yuan qi suddenly rushed towards Zichun. Boom! Resplendent sword light covered the sky and earth, carrying boundless killing intent as it covered the entire origin formation. This place was airtight, like an inescapable net that covered the entire origin formation. Countless sword lights rushed towards the 2 of them. In the tremor, everything ended. Zichun and the bearded man fell one after another. Within the origin formation, it was deathly silent. Blood flowed continuously, almost forming a small river. There were no longer any signs of life. Pung pung. Outside the elemental formation, the low-grade elemental stones exploded one after another. They had already exhausted all of their elemental energy. Space distorted and everything returned to normal. In the canyon, there were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Outside the canyon, a group of people slowly walked in. The leader of the group was a young man with black hair like a waterfall and bright eyes. His temperament was very outstanding. He was the #1 genius of the Red Cloud City, Wang Qiong, the proud son of heaven of the Red Cloud City. He was wearing a cyan armor which was shining brightly. His every movement was full of heroic spirit. He was simply too outstanding, so much so that the people behind him had become mere foils. He raised his head and looked at the canyon in front of him. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. He said, "The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion has done many evil things. Now, they are despicable enough to attack mortals. Kill them all." His voice was as cold as the 9th heaven. His killing intent was bone-chilling. One could see that he hated evil. Yes. Behind him, everyone replied one after another, all of them extremely respectful. Pung! At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from the corpses. This person was covered in blood. He jumped out from the pile of corpses. With a tap of his foot, a silver light shone brightly. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the distance. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Even Wang Qiong was the same. A trace of surprise appeared in his pitch-black eyes. Are my eyes blind? Did I see wrongly? The one who escaped was actually a true Qi realm kid? You didn't see wrongly. I saw it too. Are your eyes blind? You really didn't see wrongly. That guy is really in the true Qi realm, and he's not old. The Thousand Illusion Sword formation was very powerful. Even true energy realm experts died one after another. But a true Qi realm kid was actually still alive. Who would believe this? It was too unbelievable. Chase, don't leave a single one alive. Wang Qiong said coldly. Killing intent surged in his dark eyes. Behind him, many men in battle armor quickly followed. There was even a true energy realm cultivator among them. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared at the end of the canyon. Only Wang Qiong and a middle-aged man were left. The two looked at the corpses on the ground. Their eyes were very cold and emotionless. They already knew that the villagers were being massacred one by one. Moreover, they had obtained reliable information and had purposely waited here. A Thousand Illusions sword formation had consumed 64 low-grade primal stones to kill 4 true energy realm cultivators and 15 Xiantian realm cultivators. The power of this primal formation was truly terrifying. The two stood in front of the corpses without saying a word, waiting for everyone to return. The horses fell to the ground and died. The goods were scattered all over the ground, stained with blood. The last carriage had already fallen apart. Pieces of wood formed a pile on the ground. Pung! Suddenly, many pieces of wood flew into the air. They were like sharp swords floating in the air, emitting a brilliant light. Shio! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Countless wood shavings turned into sharp swords and shot towards Wang Qiong like the Thousand Illusion sword formation. How dare you? So there's another person. Wang Qiong's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent and even had a faint smile on his face. His body emitted a green light and his aura surged, stirring up the space around him. He didn't move at all. The pieces of wood that were flying towards him stopped 3 meters away from him. The light on the pieces of wood dimmed and they fell to the ground. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of a sword rang out. A sharp long sword pierced through the air, carrying a dense killing intent. It was pointed at Wang Qiong's forehead. Wang Qiong's armor shone with a bright green light. Facing the sharp long sword, his expression didn't change. Light surged between his fingers as he pointed at the long sword. Clang! Wang Qiong's finger was like a sword. Light illuminated the sky as it touched the long sword. Wang Qiong's figure quickly retreated. The green light around him flickered and changed colors. He still looked valiant. In front of him, a gray-robed old man appeared. He stood in the air with a monstrous aura. He was actually an expert that could fly. Wang Qiong, worthy of being the #1 genius of Yunxia City. Our assassin pavilion's plan didn't go to waste. The gray-robed old man's eyes were like lightning. His long sword was cold, but it was as soft as autumn water. Ka. Wang Qiong's expression didn't change. His expression was calm. The green armor on his body emitted cracking sounds. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Assassin old man, die. Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out, followed by a berserk aura. It was like a raging flame, and the entire world was dyed red. Streaks of red light descended, and each streak of red light was like a sharp sword chi. The gray-robed old man's expression sank. He was surprised. The long sword in his hand emitted a bright light. It was like autumn water. The light flourished and shot towards the red light. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out between heaven and earth. The autumn water and the red light collided. Boundless energy wreaked havoc in the air. The space was distorted. This was a confrontation between two true experts. Swoosh! The gray-robed old man's figure suddenly fell. The long sword flickered in the air. At this moment, there were many small holes on his gray robe. It was as if they were cut by the long sword. Traces of blood flowed out from his skin. A middle-aged man stood where the gray-robed old man had been standing. He was like a mountain, and his aura was majestic. He was like a giant of the world, domineering and ostentatious. He looked down at the old man below like a king looking down at an ant. It's you, Wang Zhenwei. The gray-robed old man's expression changed. Wang Zhenwei, the commander of Yunxia City. His strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was the second strongest expert in Yunxia City, second only to the city lord. Wang Qiong stood in the distance. Cracks appeared on his cyan armor like a spider web. His whole person was unusually calm. There was a trace of ridicule in the corner of his mouth. You still want to play tricks in my Yunxia City? Heavenly slaughter old ghost. Today, I will turn you into a heavenly slaughter old ghost. Wang Zhenwei's voice was cold. It was filled with killing intent. Red light flashed between heaven and earth once again. It was like a burning cloud in the evening. Half of the sky was dyed red. The dazzling light fell like thousands of rain swords. Damn it! Such a strict plan was destroyed. Could it be that there is a traitor in our heavenly slaughter pavilion? The gray-robed old man's expression kept changing. The long sword in his hand flew up again. It bloomed like autumn water and rushed towards the rain swords. The rain swords flickered with red light. It was like the fusion of water and fire. Its power was peerless. The autumn water light in the sky dissipated. Then, thousands of rain swords condensed in the air and turned into a giant sword. The sword light was like fire, but it emitted a light like water. It pressed towards the old man. The autumn water longsword shone brightly. It wanted to block, but with a cracking sound, the long sword broke and turned into dust. The gray-robed old man spat out blood. His expression changed drastically. The treasure that he had refined with his own hands was broken so easily. Wang Zhenwei's strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. The sword light flashed and a part of the old man's sleeve was cut off. The gray-robed old man was in a very difficult situation. Although he had dodged the sword, the sharp sword intent had injured his abdomen. He needed to recuperate. The mountains do not move, the water will move. Wang Zhenwei, you just wait. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold. The gray-robed old man left behind a ruthless sentence and suddenly flew away. He had actually escaped. You want to run? Did I agree? Wang Zhenwei stood in the air without moving from the beginning to the end. His aura was like a mountain. A cold light flashed in his eyes. An energy sword appeared, emitting the light of water and fire. It rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The gray-robed old man screamed in pain. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The latter was even faster and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 95. Flying out of the canyon, there was a huge mountain forest with towering trees. Hundreds of years-old trees could be seen everywhere. Their roots were like dragons, strong and powerful. Ziqian smashed his head into the mountain forest, running for his life. He was sure that the old man in the carriage was not dead and was waiting to kill Wang Qiong. Therefore, during this period of time, he ran as far as he could. The wind whistled in his ears as Ziqian's body turned into lightning, displaying extreme speed as he dashed into the forest. He did not know how strong the old man was, but since he dared to kill the #1 genius of Red Cloud City, he must be very confident. Cold shouts could be heard from behind. Many experts were approaching, and Wang Qiong's people were chasing after them, thinking that they were from the Godly Slaughter Pavilion. Don't chase me. I am not from the Godly Slaughter Pavilion. Misunderstanding. This is a big misunderstanding. Zichun continued to run at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he shouted loudly to defend himself. Little thief, only a ghost would believe your words. If you have the ability, stop right there. You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You actually learned to be an assassin and did such horrible things. You can't be forgiven. Angry shouts could be heard from behind. I am innocent. I am not an assassin. They just kidnapped me by accident. Zichun complained incessantly. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Humph, who are you trying to fool? Someone had already caught up from behind. It was the true energy boundary expert. Zichun could not fight against such a person. There was a difference of 2 realms and 6 or 7 minor realms between them. Zichun could only run for his life. Look at how handsome and confident I am. Then look at those assassins. Which one of them isn't ordinary? You can tell just by looking at their appearance. Zichun took to his heels and ran. Lightning flickered continuously as he flew through the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. Bullshit. Don't be so narcissistic. We have been observing you for a long time. You are in the same group. The true energy boundary expert was getting closer and closer. His speed was even faster than Zichen's. That is a misunderstanding. Zichun let out a strange cry and swallowed a chi-returning pill. His speed once again increased. Recently, his Lightning 9 deaths had made great progress, and he had long since reached a higher level. Otherwise, he would have long been caught by a true element boundary existence. Hehe, even the 1,000 illusions sword formation couldn't kill you. I've finally seen a living person. It seems like even Big Brother has miscalculated sometimes. At this moment, a light laughter rang out, like the chirping of a mandarin duck. A red light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young woman about 10 years old. Her face was like jade, and she had a slender figure. Her waist was slim, and her legs were straight. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and she had a unique temperament. Her feet didn't touch the ground as she stood between the treetops. Her clothes fluttered as if she was a dancing fairy. Her jade-like face carried a playful smile. This was a beauty, a living beauty. Her appearance caused Zichen's heart to involuntarily waver. But that was it. In the next instant, a terrifying aura gushed forth from this beauty. This aura far surpassed ordinary true element boundary cultivators. Evidently, she had already walked a very long path in the true element boundary. The number 2 genius of Yunxia City, Wang Xian. The beautiful woman blocked his path. Zichun abruptly halted as he exclaimed in shock. You recognized me with a single glance, and you still dare to say that you are innocent? Her voice was like an oriole flying out of a valley. Her voice was clear and melodious, yet there was a sense of coldness in it. Zichun wanted nothing more than to slap himself twice. He hurriedly explained, misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding. I spoke without thinking. I've heard of Mrs. Name before. The sound of wind whistling could be heard from behind. This wasn't a good place to stay for long. As the sound of Zichen's voice faded, he tapped the ground and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he sped off in another direction. Since you are innocent, why are you running away? Lin Xian's robes fluttered in the wind as she gracefully floated over, blocking Zichen's path. I'm afraid that you people can't differentiate between good and bad, and would kill people for no reason. Zichen's silhouette flickered as he executed the 9 deaths of lightning, wanting to flee. Lin Xian's countenance instantly turned cold. She snorted lightly. You still dare to quibble? Your heavenly slaughter pavilion is extremely cruel, not even sparing ordinary mortals just to scheme against us siblings. How can we spare people like you? Her words were filled with killing intent. Evidently, this little beauty hated those from the heavenly slaughter pavilion to the core. She abhorred evil as if it was her personal enemy, and had some sense of kindness. It's a misunderstanding. This is the first time I've heard of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Their appearances are ordinary, just like mortals. Look at me. I'm so handsome and suave, exuding an air of elegance and elegance. How can I be ordinary? You guys are wrongly accusing me. Zichen's silhouette flickered unceasingly, darting left and right as lightning crackled around him, wanting to rush out. However, Lin Xian was akin to an immortal descending to the mortal world. Her movements were graceful and her movements were light and graceful, always able to obstruct Zichen. With the difference of 2 major levels and the fact that he met a genius, Zichen was helpless. What a lecher! You have killed countless people yet you still dare to speak such frivolous words. Prepare to die. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Her jade-like fingers stabbed out as a beam of red light appeared, akin to a wriggling spirit serpent, illuminating the entire mountain forest. Arg, you are serious. I'm really innocent. Zichun let out a strange cry. Silvery light flashed from his finger as a thick bolt of lightning appeared, bringing with it the sound of rumbling thunder. Boom! The beam of red light flashed like a spirit serpent, exuding an incomparable might. In an instant, the bolt of lightning shattered as Zichen was flung backwards. Zichun was taken aback. The qi and blood in his body churned violently as his legs flickered, wanting to flee in another direction. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. Her beautiful eyes flickered as though she was taken aback. She took the initiative to block Zichen before stabbing out with her finger once more. Light and indifferent, the beam of red light appeared once more. Arg! Zichen roared in anger. His eyes flashed with astral light as he clenched his fists. The silvery light on his fists shone even more resplendently, resembling a tyrannical demonic beast as he punched out. Boom! This tyrannical punch was infused with his essence, chi, and soul. It was currently Zichen's most powerful punch. This punch could shatter the body of a Xiantian realm expert, but when facing a true energy realm genius, it was still too weak. The silvery light on his fists shattered as Zichen was flung backwards, coughing out blood. Pung! In an instant, Zichen's body landed on the ground. But in the next instant, several weapons gleamed with a cold light as they moved with lightning speed towards his neck. Don't kill him. For such an evil person, killing him on the spot would be letting him off too lightly. Bring him back to Yunxia City and parade him through the streets. Lin Xian, Er's figure flickered as she landed on the ground. Her movements were light and graceful, subduing Zichen with just 2 simple strikes. Yes. The group of experts who rushed over respectfully bowed and directly propped up Zichen. Zichen's lips were stained with blood. He was defeated by a young girl in 2 moves. He finally understood the difference between him and a genius. At this moment, he stood up and glared at Lin Xian with a baleful look in his eyes. Brat, close your dog eyes. How can an inhumane person like you see the beauty of our miss? Be careful that I don't gouge your eyes out. At the side, a true energy realm expert coldly spoke. Prop him up and break his bones when we bring him back. After that, we will parade him through the streets to prevent him from suddenly going crazy and injuring ordinary people. You can't even differentiate between good and bad. You even captured the wrong person. What bullshit, genius miss. I think she's just a little B*T. Zichen had no power or background. Right now, he was even labeled as a villain. There was no way he could clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. There was no way he could defend himself and could only hurl insults at the true energy realm expert. You, how dare you? The true energy realm expert was enraged. He stretched out his palms, wanting to slap Zichen's face twice. Hold it. Lin Xian, Er's countenance turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and spoke. You say that I've wronged you? Where did that come from? Do you dare to say that you didn't come here together with them? That's right. We did come here together. But I was threatened halfway through. You guys can't differentiate between good and bad, killing people for no reason. Little B****, I thought you were pretty, but I didn't expect you to be a brainless woman with big breasts. Zichen coldly snorted. He had already thrown caution to the wind. Brat, you are courting death. The true energy realm expert was enraged. His aura billowed as his astral energy gushed forth, aiming for Zichen's head. A beam of red light appeared, resembling a spirit serpent, coiling around the true energy realm expert's arm. The true energy realm expert trembled as he retracted his hand. Second miss, you are pure and kind-hearted. Please don't be fooled by him. Lin Xian was so angry that her lungs were about to explode from anger. However, she couldn't allow others to say such things. Not only that, she could see that this young man's strength was ordinary, but his movement techniques were extremely profound, and he could even unleash a strike of lightning. He could be considered an unconventional genius. There was no need for the heavenly slaughter pavilion to send him out. With doubts in her heart, Lin Xian didn't want to kill Zichen. Bring him back first. We will slowly interrogate him. Lin Xian gritted her teeth as she finally spoke. Yes. The few of them glared at Zichen, as though they were saying that his life was really tough. After which, they dragged Zichen away and returned to the heavenly slaughter pavilion. At this moment, a terrifying pressure bore down from the heavens as a torrential aura ravaged the area. A raging wind gusted, causing the trees to sway violently. A gigantic gap appeared in the sky as a gray-robed old man stood in the air. His entire body was stained with blood, and numerous holes could be seen on his gray robes. His mental state was dispirited, but his aura was extremely powerful. flying in the air. He can actually fly? Upon seeing the old man, Zichun was greatly taken aback. He would have never imagined that there would be a cultivator who could fly. Flying in the air was akin to a gigantic bird, capable of soaring through the skies. The old man stood in the air, his eyes flashing like lightning as his killing intent towered up to the heavens. Upon seeing Zichun, his eyes narrowed as he coldly spoke, "Brat, your life is truly tough. So many people have died yet you are still alive. Also, little lass, since I can't kill your elder brother, killing you will be the same." As the sound of his voice faded, the aura of the old man changed once more, becoming as majestic as a mountain. With a lift of his hand, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed forth as a gigantic palm imprint appeared in the air, exuding a destructive aura. Boom! The palm imprint slammed down, exuding a torrential aura. The trees below were unable to withstand the might of the palm imprint, and all of them exploded into sawdust. Protect the second Mississippi, everyone gave up on Zichun. Their auras gushed forth as they rushed towards Lin Xian'er. The torrential pressure was like a gigantic mountain pressing down on his head. Zichun had no way to endure it. He sat down on the ground as his countenance drastically changed. His eyes were filled with despair. Who would be able to block such an attack? Pung! The 100-year-old trees were extremely sturdy, yet they still exploded into pieces. The sawdust were like hidden weapons, hurtling downwards with great speed. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.